Salt does not forget. It clings to hulls, to bones, to names spoken only once before vanishing into pressure. Beneath each wave sleeps a vault of choices made by hands we never knew. Decisions encoded in trench folds, relics sealed within currents that never touch land. Not silence. Memory in liquid form. Some call it chaos. Others call it unexplored. But deep below, the ocean doesn't drift. It waits. Patterns spool across abyssal floors too deliberate to be nature's alone. Shapes form and vanish. Signals begin without ending. Lines are carved into sediment with instruments we've never lowered, and still they appear. Not all mysteries rise. Some sink by design. Frequencies ripple without source. Hulls return warped. Nets surface clean yet wet with something warm. And somewhere beneath each mapped region, something unmapped persists. Watching, recording, never surfacing, always present. This is Unspoken Mysteries. So now, before we descend, tell me, where are you listening from? And what time is it? Now we begin. Fog wrapped itself around the deck of the Dutandon, like a second sail the night they pulled the jaw from the deep. No storm, no swell, just calm water, and a single line tugged taut by something that should have snapped it. When the crew reeled it in, they expected weed or wasted rope. Not a jawbone longer than a man was tall, smooth as ivory, but dull in colour, grey with hints of green, as if it had been buried not in sand, but in something older. Each tooth was uniform, no curve, no taper, flat-edged, repeating, chisel-shaped. Not one of the whalers could name a beast it might belong to. Days passed. The carpenter, a veteran of 30 crossings, began marking his beams in chalk each morning. New splits appeared each night, thin gouges, almost bites, matching the exact spacing of the teeth they had thrown overboard. Beneath his bunk, the wood sounded damp, and the deck's grain swelled unnaturally in places, curling inward like lips. Compass readings collapsed the night after the jaw was discarded. The log shows drift into impossible coordinates, until dawn brought them inexplicably into the English Channel. Salt crusted over the ink, but not enough to erase the final note from the captain's hand. Whatever we dredged, it still has our shape. Anchored offshore near St. Helena in 1728, a Portuguese exploration vessel waited out poor winds for nearly 6 days. The crew, restless and half mutinous, began reporting a faint rhythmic vibration beneath the hull, too regular for waves, too soft for engine noise, though no engine existed. At first, the captain dismissed it as exhaustion, yet by the third day, cutlery began rattling on tables during still air. Glass bottles shifted. A sailor named Paulo claimed the sound reminded him of a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, and wrong, not quite human, not quite animal. Each evening the pulses grew more distinct, almost tactile. Several crew dropped lines overboard, out of curiosity. What returned defied classification. Sea slugs encased in what appeared to be transparent veined shells, still pulsing. One writhed until it burst, staining the deck with a viscous red-black oil that evaporated within seconds. A makeshift depth plumb was dropped to gauge the sea floor. It never hit bottom. No longer able to sleep, the captain ordered retreat. Wind returned the moment they pulled anchor. Years later, St. Helena's own fishermen would speak of boats that anchored too long, boats that drifted away without crew, without rigging, clean of salt, as if lifted out, and gently set back down. Blackwood ink in the Montfairs logbook bled between lines, as if the sea were still trying to erase it. In 1751, this French merchant vessel was tasked with surveying shallow cargo routes near the Antilles. Among its crew was an amateur naturalist named Léon Favreau, who kept detailed sketches of mollusks and seafloor fauna. On June 17th, he reported something odd. A reef pattern beneath the ship, visible through unusually still water, formed sharp angles, perfect right-angled intersections not seen in coral. Thinking it ruins, the captain slowed course. Divers, rare in that time, were lowered in weighted baskets, tethered with ropes. 2 returned early, speaking of no reef. The third never rose. When they pulled the line, it came up taut, and then suddenly slack, cut clean. Favreau, obsessed, lowered a primitive viewing lens into the water. What he saw turned his notes erratic. He began sketching not flora, but geometric patterns, concentric squares, triangles, rotated within hexagons, and something that looked eerily like clockwork embedded in silt. That night, Favreau leapt overboard without reason or note. The next morning, the crew found the water around the Montfer coated with thin filaments, fine as hair, woven together like netting. None dared retrieve them. Wind fled the sails for a full week. Off the coast of modern-day Alabama, in 1763, long before sonar or seafloor mapping, sailors on an English privateer, known as the Estuary White, noted an anomaly while navigating a chain of deep ridges. One particular trench, shallower than the others, refused to echo back sound when shouted into, despite all others returning echoes clearly. No birdsong, no splash, not even a whisper came back, just an enveloping hush. A small dinghy was lowered, and 3 men set out to investigate, with a weighted depth rope. Their lanterns vanished into the water without resistance, swallowed quickly. 2 sailors leaned over the boat's edge to observe. One began shaking violently, then screamed of a curve that moved. He leapt back so forcefully that the boat nearly capsized. They returned to the Estuary White, pale and nearly mute. When questioned, one sailor simply said, "It blinked." The ridge, according to their terrified account, wasn't rock, but a closed orifice, lined with inward folds, each fold smooth and patterned with parallel striations, like muscle or memory. A week later, maps of that route were revised to avoid the trench. By 1802, cartographers had removed it altogether, calling it a survey error. But in 1939, a US survey team rediscovered the region, and their records note impossible acoustic absorption. No further expeditions have returned. 50 miles off the coast of Suriname, in 1789, a Dutch brigantine transporting medical cargo encountered a patch of ocean that reflected no light, neither moonlight nor its own lanterns. Midnight passed without stars above and without horizon, the sea indistinguishable from the sky. As the crew panicked, one deckhand tied a lantern to a rope and dropped it overboard, hoping to illuminate what lay beneath. The light descended 5 feet, then paused, hanging motionless in water. It should have drifted or tugged, but it stayed exactly where it hung, like caught in glass. Suddenly a glow returned, but not from the lantern. A soft red luminescence pulsed beneath the ship, not rising from the sea floor but floating midway, shape uncertain. The ship's doctor, a rational man, claimed it resembled a ribcage seen from within, pulsing to a rhythm not his own. 2 men who peered too long fell ill within days, losing hair and memory in tandem. The glow remained visible for 3 nights, perfectly centered beneath the hull, before vanishing at dawn on the 4th. The crew called it the thing that needed your light before showing its own. Naval records that mention this voyage end in ellipses, unfinished sentences trailing off like the lantern's tether into stillness. Voices echoed off the walls of a British whaling log in 1797. Voices that shouldn't have existed in the frigid silence of the Southern Ocean. While attempting a route through Drake Passage, the Harbinger was stalled by ice, too jagged for standard maneuvering. The crew, all veterans, reported a sound in the night, something they mistook for shifting glaciers or distant storms. But the pitch changed. It began to rise and fall in irregular cadences, like language spoken by wind through hollow bone. One sailor carved strange shapes into the hull with his nails, repeating that something's locked in the ice, and it's trying to breathe. They found him near the bow, frozen but upright, hands pressed to the deck as if listening. As the ship advanced through a gap in the ice, pressure surged, and the wood creaked not outward, but inward. That night, the navigator vanished. His charts were recovered beneath the ship's bread stores, pages soaking wet despite no leak, each one marked with a single line spiraling from center outward. When they reached port, The captain ordered the hull stripped and burned. Decades later, explorers in the same region reported frost-shaped sigils appearing overnight on glass, matching the exact patterns found in the sailors' carvings. Rumors among Caribbean pearl divers in 1804 spoke of a place near the Antillean shoals, where the water stilled unnaturally, even during storms. Beneath that patch, visibility sharpened, not blurred, as if the sea itself parted to show something beneath. One diver, Andres Vela, descended there without tether, determined to see for himself. He returned breathless, blood leaking from his ears, yet silent. That evening, he carved a square into the hull of his own skiff and filled it with ash. Then he vanished into the sea once more and did not surface. Other divers claimed to witness stairs below the shoals, massive flat slabs descending into blackness, each step larger than a house. No creature swam near it. Fish turned away, nets dropped there, returned clean, not even algae clinging to them, as though the water had been sieved clean by some vast filter. Spanish military ships later labeled the region cartographic anomaly, but maps quietly revised the location, marking it with a dotless name, Escalón de Ningún Echo, Stare of No Echo. Attempts to sonar the depth resulted in rhythmic feedback tones that mirrored the pings in reverse, as if something below was mimicking their tools in real time. Fishermen working the waters near Houtman Abrolhos in 1812 began pulling up sea plants, wrapped in spirals of polished shell, arranged too deliberately to be random. At first, they assumed it the work of currents, or octopus behavior, until the shells began forming patterns. One net came up filled with concentric rings of purple kelp woven through oyster shells, the center holding a small orb of translucent flesh that twitched before dissolving into liquid. A Dutch botanist stationed nearby dove to investigate, and returned deeply shaken, claiming the seafloor was tiled in crushed coral, arranged in looping arcs like garden rows. Embedded in the arrangement were stone spires only visible from overhead, each one hollow and spiraling inward like ear canals. When he dropped a temperature gauge into one, it recorded an impossible heat spike, 77 degrees Celsius, in waters that were glacially cold. That same night, phosphorescent mist crept across the surface, and a dozen albatrosses fell dead mid-flight into the water. By dawn, every trace of the patterns below had vanished, but fishermen who handled the shells developed lesions on their palms, which glowed faintly in moonlight until they healed. 3 weeks later to the day. During an 1826 Russian expedition led by Admiral Lazarev, an unexplained series of tonal signals were detected through the ship's steel hull as it passed near the Bellingshausen Sea. These weren't sounds heard above, but resonances felt within bone. Crewmen began reporting sensations like voices humming in the back of their teeth. One described it as hearing a dream I hadn't had yet. They dropped weighted bells into the sea to test depth. Standard protocol. One bell returned with all its internal clappers fused to the side by force, as though melted. The night after, a crewman began walking in tight spirals across the deck, eyes wide but unseeing. He fell dead by dawn. His body, when cut open in port for burial preparation, had coral growth wrapped around his ribcage, growth that couldn't have occurred naturally in the time between death and autopsy. Worse still, his blood crystallized on contact with air. The logs describing the incident were rewritten 3 times, with earlier versions burned, as evidenced by surviving singed scraps in the Admiral's case box. What the final version says is sanitized, but one preserved scrap bears a phrase in pre-Cyrillic Russian. It wanted to be wrung. Off the coast of Senegal, in 1839, sailors spotted a partially submerged hulk drifting silently over a sandbar. The ship's hull bore no name, and its sails had long since decayed, but its structure was intact, too intact. As their sloop approached, the sea surrounding the derelict became strangely warm. Closer inspection revealed no barnacles, no algae, and no rust. Only fine scratches etched along its sides, running lengthwise like tally marks. One sailor reached to touch the hull, and it split beneath his fingers. Not wood, not metal, something between. Sand began pouring from the crack, not falling but flowing in a controlled stream, like blood under pressure. Within minutes, the water surrounding the wreck turned opaque. The crew panicked, dropping anchor and retreating, but not before one man dove beneath to inspect the keel. He surfaced screaming that the bottom of the ship had no base. It was hollow, continuing downward endlessly. Later, a French explorer sketched the wreck's outlines and compared them to ancient Carthaginian trade vessels. But nothing matched. The drawing showed runes carved into the mast, ones that bled into the paper even months after ink had dried. When the sketch was stored in a dry vault, sand appeared along the shelf by morning. Southeast of Iceland in the winter of 1842, the Mathilda Rose, a British merchant schooner, encountered a region of ocean where no compass needle held steady, no wind shifted, yet the sails strained, as if pushed from beneath. Captain Eliad Rowe ordered a full stop and sounded the depths. His men reported the line went taut at 80 fathoms, then gave way and returned slick, not with water, but with a black oil that smoked in air and sank again into the sea when touched. Rowe sketched the coordinates into his logbook, but each night, the ink swirled and blotted, bleeding outward as if pulled by unseen gravity. A young deckhand began murmuring coordinates in his sleep, ones they hadn't sailed to yet. When they plotted them, the path formed a circle exactly 111 nautical miles wide. On the final day in those waters, all 6 clocks aboard the ship lost synchrony, each ticking faster or slower at random, their pendulums swinging off tempo like they obeyed a different center. Back in port, the crew were quarantined without explanation. Of the 18 men aboard, 3 vanished within the following year. The remaining 15 never sailed again. One was found dead decades later, in a church cellar, clutching a compass fused entirely of bone. Brazilian naval cadets, practicing in 1853, aboard the Nereida, began reporting strange tension in the rigging, not pull from wind or sea, but from above, in windless calm, with no clouds in sight. Ropes strained upward, not outward, stretching toward the sky, as if caught by invisible hooks. Some thought it a prank, or local magnetic anomaly. That illusion ended when the sails furled themselves backward, upward, drawing into the masts, like cloth, being sucked into a chimney. One cadet climbed to sever the lines, and did not descend. His tether snapped, and moments later, a single boot fell onto the deck, empty, smouldering, warm to the touch. The area was immediately marked hazardous, and removed from maps used for training. A subsequent survey crew, sent to investigate, experienced a sudden collective nosebleed, followed by hallucinations of distant chanting, though no radios were present. Back on land, medical staff discovered metal flecks embedded in their gums, identical across all 5 men. The flecks formed arcs when magnetized, mimicking waveforms. When asked about their experience, the youngest survivor answered only, "Nothing fell, it was all taken upward." In 1866, a strange metallic cylinder washed ashore on Sable Island, infamous for shipwrecks. It wasn't a lighthouse part. It bore no maker's mark. The object was 3 meters tall, made of blackened copper that didn't corrode in seawater. Its upper half emitted a low drone whenever fog moved through, an audible signal that seemed directed not outward, but downward. Locals moved it inland. Horses refused to approach. When struck, it rang not with resonance, but absence, like hitting a bell filled with water. A visiting botanist noted that all plant life within a 10-foot radius grew at a sharper angle, leaves curling in one direction, away from the sea. At night, lighthouse keepers reported flashes from beneath the sand, as if the beacon had roots. They tried to dig it up again, but the base no longer existed. By morning the cylinder had vanished, replaced by a ring of crushed shells arranged like clock teeth. The beach grew unusually quiet for months after, and birds diverted their migration path around the island entirely. Years later, a single sketch of the object appeared in a maritime journal's rejected submissions archive. In the margin was scrawled a note: "These aren't warnings, they're invitations." Japanese fishermen operating near Sanriku in 1879 described an area of sea where their boats slowed unnaturally, though currents remained strong. Oars met with resistance, as if the water had become gelatinous. Nets dropped, returned coated in a clear mucus film. Sound didn't travel. Shouting from ship to ship met with complete silence, even at close range. One captain, unable to shake the unease, dropped a weighted bell to test depth. When it struck something solid, no echo followed. The rope trembled once, then went limp. They retrieved the bell, now misshapen. Edges curled inward like a clamshell, trying to close. Attached to it was a single bone, long and curved, bearing drilled holes in deliberate intervals. Days later, a nearby village awoke to find the shore coated in glassy sea stones, arranged in spirals too precise for tide to form. Locals avoided the beach. Children born in that village over the next year had abnormal inner ear development. One in particular was born deaf, but reportedly reacted to infrasound. When tested by a Tokyo researcher, she described music under the waves. To this day, marine charts of Sanriku include a blank sector known only by its naval shorthand, ZK-13. No one has ever explained the designation. In 1894, during the construction of an undersea telegraph cable west of the Azores, a British engineering team lowered a weighted drill to the ocean floor. The bit struck something hollow after descending only 70 meters. Believing it to be a cavern or geological bubble, divers were sent to inspect. What they found was a rectangular chamber beneath sediment, perfectly sealed, with sharp corners and an opening like a doorframe cut into its side. Inside, pressure sensors detected a strange anomaly. Despite being underwater, the chamber held no water. A pocket of dry air existed within it, unmoving, undisturbed by any bubbles. When a probe was inserted, it returned completely dry. One diver entered and did not return. The second reported seeing markings on the interior walls, hundreds of them, identical to Morse code, but unreadable, as they spiraled rather than followed linear paths. His body washed up 2 days later, miles from the dive site, mouth filled with sand, despite no visible injuries. The cable was rerouted. The coordinates were sealed under a decades-long classification order, and to this day, engineers working similar routes report brief flashes of signal loss, always in the same spiral pattern. By 1707, the Spanish Armada's oceanic operations had grown cautious in the wake of increasing magnetic anomalies off the coast of North Africa. A galleon named San Agostino, fitted with a prototype bronze bell for underwater signaling during fog, became the centerpiece of a test expedition near the Canary Islands. The idea was simple: lower the bell and strike it at intervals, then listen for the echo from ships or land masses nearby. But when the bell was struck for the first time, something struck back. The tone returned not once, but twice. First the expected reverberation, then a second ring, higher in pitch, not metal, not echo. A tone that seemed to imitate the original, but grew louder with each repetition. The engineer aboard wrote that it felt like a child repeating its father's voice but with teeth. Within days, crewmen began suffering sharp earaches and hallucinations. One claimed he could hear voices inside the bell. Another began speaking in inverted Latin, a language no one could understand but that the ship's priest insisted held real grammatical structure. On the 5th day, the bell cracked clean down the center without being touched. The ship's compass never stopped spinning again. When San Agostino returned to Cadiz, the bell was taken ashore and buried in a salt quarry, under orders from the Admiralty. It was never spoken of again in any official capacity, and the ship's logs were revised to show only a routine navigational mission. But scattered reports from dock workers mention a humming noise that came from the quarry at night for years afterward, until the earth swallowed the salt mine whole in 1743. No clear cause could be found for the great sandstorm that rolled inland toward Benghazi in 1724. Wind carried it from the sea, not usual desert gusts, but a front that smelled of brine and something else, an odor like rust and burnt parchment. But what the coastal guards feared more than the wind was what it brought to their ears. For 3 nights before the storm, deep pulses echoed across the coastline, louder inland than near the sea, as if resonating from beneath the land itself. A Catholic missionary staying near the coast wrote in his diary that the sound made his rosary tremble on the nightstand. He believed it to be an omen. Locals, Berber and Arab alike, refused to speak of it. A shepherd claimed that the earth beneath his tent pulsed like a dying animal, and that his goats refused to cross a shallow stream leading to the sea. Fishermen from a nearby village found their catch dead in their nets, boiled, not rotted. The skin on the fish was split evenly on both sides, like opened pages. The bodies of 2 missing sailors were found nearby, wrapped in dried seaweed, arranged into letters from an unknown alphabet, placed perfectly around them in the sand. That region, once a hub for maritime trading, was abandoned within 2 months. Naval records list it as permanently unstable seabed. Yet even today, oil workers operating offshore have reported strange frequency hums interfering with instruments, each recorded at precisely 3:33 a.m. Amid the remote shores of Iceland's Hornstrandir Peninsula, in 1738, a Danish merchant vessel was forced aground by unfamiliar tides that, oddly, reversed against prevailing winds. As repairs commenced, the crew explored the nearby cliffs for materials. There, beneath a rocky overhang blackened by salt spray, they found bones, not bleached drift remains, not animal carcass, but a full skeletal frame, partly buried in wet sand and covered by tangled seaweed. Its proportions made no sense. The spine curved outward in a way not seen in mammals. The jaw was missing, but the skull held 2 craniums fused together, conjoined yet symmetrical. Most disturbing, the rib cage encircled a hollow cavity far too large for any known organ. Inside that cavity, black pebbles lay stacked, each with a hole through its center, forming a perfect helix. The crew alerted the captain. He ordered the skeleton reburied, and the area marked. That night, strange creaking sounds echoed from the hull of their beached vessel, though the tide remained low. The next morning, every compass aboard had rotated 47 degrees westward. One sailor tried to leave on foot and never returned. To this day, Icelandic coastal maps note that stretch of coast as Omolga the unmeasured. Attempts to re-excavate the site in modern times have failed. Soil samples taken from the area are chemically inert, unable to support bacteria, mold or even decay. In the summer of 1755, a Portuguese cargo vessel called Alivio passed between Madeira and the open Atlantic when it documented, in extraordinary detail, an event that appears in no contemporary geologic record. Crew members observed a landmass, a small verdant island not found on any map, rise briefly above the waterline, perfectly still and circular in shape. Not an atoll, not volcanic, but almost architectural in appearance. White stone structures curved inward toward a shallow basin, which reflected moonlight despite no clouds above. Before landing, the captain ordered anchors dropped and rowboats readied. Yet as the crew approached, the island began to fold, not collapse, into itself. The sea around it did not rise, waves did not react, it sank not downward, but inward, its geometry shrinking like the iris of an eye. Within minutes, only a ripple remained. The anchors were retrieved, bone dry despite having touched the sea. The ship's log was preserved in the archives of Lisbon, later lost in the fires following the city's great quake. But one surviving copy, transcribed by a monastic librarian, contains a sketch of the island with this note beneath: it did not rise from the ocean, it blinked into being, and shut itself again. Portuguese Navy vessels still report sonar dropouts in the same coordinates every 17 years. Off the coast of Brittany in 1772, a private team of salvage divers, working under the patronage of a reclusive French aristocrat, descended to recover rumoured Napoleonic treasure in a submerged cave. Only one man returned. His name was Luc Marchot, and what he carried was not gold, but a spherical stone covered in channels, fine as veins, humming faintly when held. Marchot refused to surface fully, treading water near the retrieval boat, for over an hour. He spoke only when submerged to his neck, and even then, in bursts, short, sharp, and gasped. When dragged aboard, he vomited clear liquid for 10 minutes straight. His fingernails had turned black. Within days he could not walk on land without severe tremors. Marceau later claimed that inside the cave, he found steps, not carved from rock, but formed from fused shell and bone, and a vault-like room filled with humming stones suspended in mid-water. He remembered no oxygen tank, no fear, no weight of depth. "I didn't need air," he whispered once, "until I saw the sky again." He died weeks later, his lungs filled not with water, but with saline crystal structures, something closer to petrification than drowning. The stone he brought up was lost during transport to Paris. The aristocrat who funded the expedition vanished without mention from any ledger, title, or will. Sailors navigating the western approaches of the English Channel in 1791 reported a phenomenon they could only describe as a storm beneath the sea. It was not current, not tide. The water churned dark grey below a surface that remained mirror-flat. Beneath their vessel, a cloud of unknown substance swirled, seemingly gaseous, suspended in the ocean, with impossible cohesion. One man dropped a lead weight through it. It slowed, not from drag, but as if resisted by thought. The weight returned smeared with a greasy black substance that hissed when exposed to sunlight. Within minutes, several crewmen experienced sudden onset nausea and auditory hallucinations, faint strings being plucked beneath the waves, a cello bow scraping across water. They turned back, but the wind fought them. Only when they jettisoned every piece of metal above deck did the ship begin to move again. The captain noted in his private log, not the official one, that the cloud followed them for miles beneath the surface. Shadows moved in it, but not like sea life, more like fingers pressed against glass from the other side. To this day, commercial vessels occasionally report sonar fog and pressure disruptions in that same corridor. None who enter the anomaly stay long, and none return without reporting migraines and the overwhelming urge to go back. French naval engineers in 1806, while surveying the waters near Corsica, dragged a failed anchor up from the seafloor, only to discover it had caught on something not geological, not wooden, and certainly not natural. Tangled in its hook was a structure made of smooth metallic rods woven into a grid pattern, no more than 3 feet across, yet unnervingly precise. The object bore no corrosion, no marine growth. It should have been impossible. At first the crew believed it to be part of a sunken vessel, but its joints moved, quietly, with no visible propulsion. Small gears turned inside its body, like lungs breathing in reverse. An attempt to move the object below deck failed. Every compass on board ceased to function the moment it crossed the railing. The ship's physician complained of a ringing in his bones, not his ears, that intensified the longer he stood near it. They eventually released it, fearing a court-martial or worse, and watched it sink straight down without resistance. But when they set sail again, a new shadow formed beneath their hull, constant, quiet, never rising, never falling. The crew gave it a name in secret, Le Gardien Sans Ruth, the rustless warden. Even after reaching Toulon, one sailor refused to sleep below deck for the rest of his life. A tremor shook the coastline of Bahia, Brazil, in 1813, not a quake, but something deeper, pulsing up from beneath the bay itself. Fishermen fled inland, abandoning boats that continued to sway hours after the water calmed. Days later, children began reporting the sound of bells under the beach at low tide, single deep tones that vibrated the soles of their feet. The earth sang. Local clergy believed it a divine omen and blessed the sands. Yet the sound grew louder, spreading inland to wells and stone cellars. A team of diggers was dispatched, following the resonance toward its presumed source. At 10 feet, they struck stone, not native rock, but a domed surface covered in etched spirals. They hammered, chipped, pried. Nothing gave way. That night, all the bells in the local chapel rang once, together, at precisely 2:04 a.m. Despite no wind and no one inside. The next morning, the dig site was gone, not collapsed, gone, flattened into virgin sand. No official record remains, But in 1911, a Portuguese historian uncovered a censored diary from a monk stationed in Bahia. In it, one sentence had been underlined twice. "These are not the bells of man, they are the locks of something else." Off the Aleutian coast in 1830, a Russian survey schooner named Velikaya Zvezda encountered a strange circular patch of sea no more than 30 meters across. The water there mirrored the sky so perfectly that the horizon vanished. No ripple, no wave, just a liquid pane of impossible stillness. They called it Okno bez otrezenia, the window without reflection. Out of fascination, a weighted pole was lowered. It did not meet resistance. It simply stopped. Not with tension, vanished. Reeling it back, the line returned severed clean. Below deck, compasses rotated slowly. Crewmen found their pocket watches ticking in reverse, then forward again. A sailor gazing into the window for too long became catatonic, and remained in that state for the rest of the voyage. Attempts to take water samples failed. Buckets filled there would return dry, the inside coated in fine salt crystals, shaped like perfect hexagons. When they finally turned away, the ship's shadow on the sea fractured, splintered into 3 identical shapes, moving at slightly different speeds. Later analysis of the captain's log reveals whole paragraphs smudged into illegibility, but beneath one ink-blotted page, a single phrase was later recovered under ultraviolet light. Not a mirror, a memory facing upward. Steamships passing near Tierra del Fuego in 1844 reported a strange phenomenon: wake turbulence that didn't spread outward, but drew inward toward the ship, forming concentric rings like suction marks on flesh. Engineers on board the Camberwell Dawn noted their paddle wheel losing resistance during one such episode, as if the water had momentarily vanished beneath it. Later that night, the ship slowed inexplicably. No anchor, no reverse thrust, just a gentle deceleration that culminated in total stillness on open water. When sailors leaned over the edge, they saw something impossible: the vessel's own wake moving toward it, from a point far behind, reversing itself, closing the loop, coming home. It reached the hull and passed beneath. The water turned black. No harm came immediately, but over the next 3 days, the ship's boiler grew colder, despite roaring flames. Frost formed on the iron bulkhead. Crewmen complained of memories they didn't own, describing locations they had never seen, faces they had never met. One man wept uncontrollably at the mention of a town he'd never visited. When they reached Buenos Aires, all personal effects belonging to the captain had vanished from his cabin. Clothes, journal, photos, all except his nameplate. It now bore an engraving no one remembered adding, "Returned." By 1857, British naval cartographers were undertaking a massive initiative to standardize nautical charts across the globe. Among these efforts was a curious document found in the drawer of a retired hydrographer named Lieutenant Carrick Shaw. The chart, unmarked by any known printer, appeared to detail the southern Indian Ocean, but with features no one could verify. Strange spiral ridges, arrowhead-shaped troughs, and circular depressions sat where only open sea should exist. Shaw claimed he'd never drawn it, yet the lines were in his hand. More unsettling was the paper itself. Not parchment, not cotton. Under magnification, the fibers contained traces of chitin, shell-like, iridescent under light. He insisted the map had appeared overnight on his desk during a return from the Seychelles, unrolled and weighted at its corners with small stones he did not recognize. When the map was tested by a colleague, a small amount of salt water spilled across the surface. Instead of smearing, the ink shifted, realigning itself into new contours, as if reacting to salinity. Where once were lines, now appeared glyphs resembling teeth, or columns, or perhaps roots. That night, Lieutenant Shaw was found in his quarters, catatonic, clutching one of the stones. It had cracked open like an egg, and its inside was hollow and dry. The map was archived. Years later, it vanished from the Admiralty collection, without record. But ships still report phantom contours near its supposed coordinates, depths that rise where none should. Sonar returns with topography no seafloor has. Early photographic surveys of the southern Greenlandic coast in 1862 returned strange inconsistencies. Exposure plates taken only hours apart depicted entirely different shoreline contours. One showed jagged cliffs, the other smooth sandbars and crescent-shaped inlets not found on any map. Skeptics blamed processing errors. But when a third photo, taken by a second team with separate equipment, matched the altered shoreline, whispers began to spread among geographers. A fourth surveyor was sent. His notes, recently uncovered in a Danish maritime vault, detail a shoreline that heaved in breath, visibly adjusting its shape in real time. He described low thunder from beneath the surf, and witnessed what he described as veins of molten water pulsing through black sand. His photos were never published, but one image survives: a long, low beach, curving perfectly into a spiral, with a single obsidian structure at its center. A triangular column, perhaps natural, perhaps not. Its base, a circle with no shadow. 2 weeks after those photos were taken, the surveyor disappeared en route to deliver them. His satchel was found aboard a returning cargo vessel, empty but damp, not seawater. Blood, no ship logs indicate how it got there. Since then, maps of southern Greenland warn navigators, with a curious phrase: shoreline is subject to revision. In the Gulf of Aden in 1874, the crew of the HMS Kestrel began hearing what they described as singing, not from above, not from the wind, but from beneath the hull. Not whale song, not current. Harmonized vocals, high and low, all breathless, forming chords too long for lungs to hold. At first the sounds were faint, but by the third night, the ship's underside vibrated like the skin of a drum. An attempt to record the phenomenon on early phonograph cylinders produced only static. But one crewman carved the pitch intervals into his journal, and modern analysis reveals harmonic ratios that do not correspond to any known musical system. During the final night, before the phenomenon ceased, every man aboard fell asleep at once, mid-shift, mid-sentence. 4 hours later, they awoke simultaneously. Below deck, salt crusts had formed in looping patterns, some shaped like mouths, some like ears, none like eyes. The ship returned to London without incident, yet the crew was quarantined for psychological testing. Most passed, one did not. He claimed in a low whisper that the ocean had not been singing, it had been listening. West of Easter Island in 1889, a Chilean research schooner documented a pressure anomaly at shallow depth. A crewman descending with a weighted rope found that at only 20 meters, the line pulled taut and would not descend further. Strange, but not impossible. Yet what followed proved stranger. The crew dropped a metal dive bell for closer inspection. When they raised it again, the paint on its surface had faded, the markings warped. The clock mounted inside had stopped, then resumed ticking at precisely 1:17 p.m., matching the ship's time at the exact moment it had first been lowered. What should have been 15 minutes became none. Photographic plates exposed aboard the ship during the anomaly came back ruined, not overexposed, but inverted, as though exposed to a light source behind the camera. The physician on board reported that his own shadow bent strangely around corners. Even his heartbeat, for a brief span, felt off-cycle, skipping at intervals that matched the rope's length when converted to seconds. When they returned to Valparaiso, every item exposed to the anomaly, including spoons, maps, boots, felt slightly wrong. Slightly backward, one map, folded and set in storage, was found days later unfolded in reverse. Its ink bled into the paper, not atop it. The dive bell was eventually melted down. The smelted metal refused to hold shape and collapsed inward with every cast. Approaching the Bering Strait in 1899, a small American vessel called Constance H. experienced 3 days of total silence from its own radios. Engineers believed their equipment had failed, until, on the third day, the Morse key began tapping on its own. No signal was being sent. No frequency was active. But the key clicked and stopped, over and over again, spelling only one phrase: "It is not your signal." Startled, they dismantled the rig. Still, the clicks continued. The log shows that the crew, growing paranoid, began sealing metal compartments, and even covering mirrors. One sailor, an amateur linguist, translated the pulses again. He insisted the message had changed. Not words, he said, timings, instructions. That night, the vessel's cabin lights dimmed to black, and for exactly 19 minutes, the stars above were occluded. No clouds, no movement, just a steady circular blind spot that followed the ship as it drifted. Nothing else occurred. But upon reaching port, the brass key from the Morse unit had melted into the desk, its final groove scorched into the wood in perfect measured intervals. No one decoded them. In the spring of 1709, a Dutch merchant vessel detoured through an unusually warm eddy west of the Maldives, after spotting what appeared to be floating stone. Upon recovery, it wasn't stone at all, but dense red coral, fully intact, shaped into a geometric coil no natural growth could mimic. Layers spiraled inward with millimetric precision. The center formed a hollow eye, smooth as glass, no chisel marks, no cracking, only interior carving, as though the object had grown around an absent sculptor's hands. Back in Amsterdam, the coral was stored in a collector's private cabinet of curiosities, where strange behavior soon followed. Barometers failed in its presence. Houseplants turned away from it. A visiting geologist noted that the coral seemed to hold temperature unnaturally, remaining warm even in winter. The collector died weeks later, his skin marked by a bloom of red rashes, shaped eerily like the coral's spiral ridges. Upon autopsy, doctors noted traces of calcium deposits in his esophagus, fused together into a smooth corkscrew tower, impossible to form naturally. The coral was removed from his estate and quietly handed to university researchers. No documentation exists after that year, but in 1901, a diver near that same location surfaced screaming, clutching a perfect red spiral burned into the palm of his hand. In 1721, fishermen off the coast of Sicily caught a massive Greenland shark far from its usual range. During gutting, they discovered something wedged inside the animal's stomach, a box made of compacted seagrass, hard as ceramic, and wrapped in layers of translucent membrane. It held, to their astonishment, what looked like miniature vessels, tiny boat-like figures etched from shell, arranged in concentric rings around a pearl core that faintly pulsed when touched. The object was turned over to local authorities and made its way into a coastal parish's records. For decades, it sat unexamined until 1765, when the pearl was stolen. In its place, the thief left a slip of paper that read, "It belonged to below." Shortly afterward, the entire church choir developed chronic vertigo. Bells began ringing themselves at uneven intervals, and during one Sunday service, the baptismal font turned black. Not cloudy, not dirty, pure black, like oil that absorbed all light. The remaining fragments of the box were relocated to Palermo, then Rome, then lost altogether during a transfer between museums in 1790. But a single archival drawing survives, showing the circular pattern of boats, and the faint lines connecting each one like threads in a net. At the center, in faded Latin, a caption, Navis Mema, the ship remembers. On the Sumatran coast, in 1744, a merchant caravan discovered a region of beach that had dried completely, tide receding far beyond its natural reach. Fish skeletons lay intact, not scavenged, as if placed for study. In the center of this desiccated stretch sat a stone, jet black, the size of a melon, hovering half an inch above the sand. It spun slowly, counterclockwise, without sound or visible source of force. Attempts to touch the stone failed. Wooden rods splintered before contact. Metal tools grew brittle and snapped. One man tried to lasso it with a cord. The cord caught flame without burning. No smoke, no ash. A local priest claimed it was Batu Ketiga, the third stone, referenced in ancient fishing chants as a marker between depth and return. He warned they were never to be approached. That night, the sea returned with sudden violence. Waves, inexplicable for calm skies, surged and swallowed the entire region. Only the priest's hut, high on the hill, survived. Weeks later, pieces of the stone began washing up miles inland, slivers no larger than fingernails, still spinning. Scholars at the time tried to collect them, but within months, every piece was lost. Maps now list the area as prone to phantom tides. In 1756, a Scandinavian whaling ship sailing near the Faroe Islands was nearly pulled into an abrupt whirlpool, one that opened in calm seas, without warning. The waters sucked downward with impossible force, yet no sky darkened, no wind rose. As they fought to escape, one crewman spotted an object floating at the vortex's eye, a polished disc the size of a shield, hovering just beneath the surface. It reflected not the sky, but something else entirely. The image in the mirror showed stars, not those above, different constellations, unknown patterns, one of which appeared to move. Even the reflection of the ship itself was wrong, masts present that no longer existed, a figure standing at the prow who was not aboard. They harpooned the disc. It bled, not red, not black, clear liquid that shimmered like liquid mercury and sank into the sea before they could retrieve it. Afterward, for 3 nights, the crew dreamed the same dream, being beneath water and walking toward a structure made of mirrors that did not reflect them, but instead revealed their backs, always turning away, always vanishing behind corners. Some tried to return to the location, all failed to find it again. But sailors who pass that region today still speak of the eye that watches from beneath, showing stars that do not belong to this world. Somewhere south of Tasmania, in 1771, a harpooned blue whale was found already dying, blood thick and dark, floating unnaturally high in the water. Its skin bore lacerations, not from ship blades, but sharp, jagged angles, clean cuts cornered like triangles. When the animal was butchered, a cavity was discovered inside that should not have existed. Within it lay a chamber, dry and lined in a fibrous material that resembled velvet, but was resistant to flame, water, and blade. A copper seal had been fixed into the wall of this strange vault, engraved with deep spirals, and at its center, embedded into the meat of the whale's interior, was a small dome no larger than a child's skull, carved from volcanic glass, perfectly smooth and pulsing faintly in rhythm. It was removed. The crew, realizing what they'd found, argued about ownership. That night, 3 men fell overboard in clear weather. A 4th attempted to bite through the ship's anchor rope with his bare teeth. When they reached Hobart, the dome was turned over to colonial authorities, who in turn sent it to a university in Aberdeen. Its crate arrived empty, the bottom lined with salt and blood, despite being sealed in transit. The rest of the whale's remains were left to drift, but a passing merchant vessel weeks later spotted the carcass bobbing in the waves, still intact, no decay. Its eyes had been replaced with stones. Each bore the same spiral etched into the copper seal. In 1785, a salvager from Palermo retrieved an unusually heavy compass from a shipwreck unearthed by storm erosion along the Tyrrhenian coast. Its casing was brass, engraved with curling text in no known alphabet, but it spun unlike any compass he'd ever seen. The needle pointed not north, not south, but slightly downward, and in landlocked areas, it rotated in smooth circles before resting on a new bearing after each movement, as if tracking not direction, but decision. The salvager brought it home and discovered that every time he placed it in a room and left, the needle had shifted. Over weeks, a pattern emerged. The directions it pointed began to match the locations of his lost belongings. A ring misplaced 3 years ago, a letter he'd burned, but never forgotten, even the grave of his father. One night, the needle pointed at his own chest. The next morning, he was gone. Authorities found the compass on the floor beside a neatly folded coat. The needle now spun constantly. It was sold at auction, changed hands twice, then vanished. But a later inventory list from the Vatican archives misfiled and since reclassified, includes a single line item in Latin, instrumentum orbis, not to be stored near other memory. Off the Canary Islands in 1790, a sunken chest was recovered from a merchant vessel, long thought lost to piracy. Among rusted relics and seawater ruined textiles was a sealed ceramic tube containing a quill and a vial of ink, still fluid, still pure black. When the artifact was opened, scribes attempted to test it, but the moment pen met paper, all sound ceased in the room, not just conversation. Ambient noise disappeared. No wind through windows, no breath. The scratching of pen against paper, nothing. Even the scribe's heartbeat faded from his own ears. Worse still, the writing revealed itself only hours after the act. Blank pages slowly absorbed the ink into symbols that didn't resemble letters, but topography, sprawling diagrams of impossible landscapes, sinkholes with staircases, sea ridges, shaped like hands. One sheet bore a perfect circle, surrounded by 8 concentric rings, with annotations in a language that moved across the page even as one stared. The ink was sealed again. The silence lifted. It has never been opened since. The last known owner reportedly buried it on sacred ground, and local priests demanded salt circles be placed at each corner of the storage site. But in 1922, a priest awoke to find one page placed atop his chest. No door had been opened, no footsteps tracked, just a diagram of his own church, viewed from beneath. In 1804, deep-sea divers salvaging cargo from a Spanish frigate, lost near the Azores, brought up something wrapped in wax cloth, soft, warm and pulsing faintly, even in the air. At first it was mistaken for an organ, maybe from a large fish, but when the wrapping was removed, it hardened immediately. Within seconds it had turned translucent, like frozen quartz. Scientists examined it under early microscopes and discovered that its internal structure mimicked coral, only it wasn't grown. It had been arranged, layer by layer, in tight spirals and cross-hatched webs. Blood vessels remained visible, frozen mid-loop, suggesting it had once been alive, yet no creature known to science could have hosted such a thing. When placed near flame, the object glowed but did not burn. When submerged again, it began to soften, briefly, and a single drop of opaque fluid emerged from its side, shaped perfectly like an eye. Then it stiffened again, as if it had sensed observation. The artifact vanished after being shipped to Lisbon, but a military diver's log from 1920 references a similar object, seen embedded in the wall of a trench at 9,000 meters. It was described as a heart made of glass that seemed to watch, not beat. Beneath the waves of the South China Sea in 1812, a storm drove a Portuguese trading ship into shallow, reef-studded waters. While assessing damage the following morning, the crew discovered an object lodged in the splintered wood of their keel. What appeared to be a brass dial, no larger than a compass, crusted with silt, but unmarred by rust. Its face bore a ring of unknown glyphs, and a single delicate pointer, turned not with time, but against it, always in reverse, slow, deliberate, never stopping. At first, the crew treated it as salvage. They mounted it near the helm, curious to see if it aligned with navigation tools. But the moment it was placed, the air aboard thickened. Time slowed, not metaphorically, but bodily. Sailors moved sluggishly, their speech trailing seconds behind their thoughts. One man claimed he dreamt for 5 hours, while asleep for only minutes. Logs became incoherent, dates reversed, even pages in the captain's journal reordered themselves, as if rewritten by memory in retreat. On the 4th night, the ship's lanterns extinguished simultaneously at 3:17 a.m. When relit, they burned colder, blue, not orange. In the morning the dial was gone, no one had removed it. In its place, a scorch mark ring on the deck, and the scent of ozone. Years later, a diver near the Spratly Islands reported seeing a brass disc turning slowly in a silt pocket. When he touched it, his camera's clock began counting down instead of up. He surfaced, aged noticeably. His hair had turned white. A British exploratory frigate, mapping a seamount chain in 1827, brought up a tangled mass of coral and clay, clinging to its net. Hidden within was a statue, humanoid, genderless, with limbs too long, its head tilted unnaturally far to one side. Eyes carved into the stone were closed, but from the corners, salt leaked steadily as if the figure wept. Its surface bore faint etchings, possibly decorative, but when copied, the patterns mapped to tidal charts. No sailor recognized. They placed it in a hold below deck. That night, waves increased, despite calm skies. Crewmen heard soft dripping sounds, even when far from the bilge. Salt crystals formed along door hinges and railings, shaped like feathers or petals. 2 men went missing overboard during night watch. Their names were later found etched into the base of the statue, along with dates matching the hour of their disappearance, inscribed in handwriting identical to their own. The captain ordered the statue tossed back into the sea. The moment it left the deck, the waters calmed, the skies cleared. But one officer, who protested the disposal, later confessed to seeing the figure again, standing in ankle-deep tide outside his home in Portsmouth, 7 years later. A diver's bronze helmet, recovered from a 19th century wreck in 1835, arrived at a naval outpost in Nova Scotia, encrusted with barnacles, but still sealed shut. Attempts to open it failed. The bolts had fused. It was stored as a curiosity until, during a late-night storm, the interior began to emit sound, not speech, not moan, but a low, continuous scream that vibrated through the metal like a bow across strings. It lasted 18 minutes. Clocks in the facility froze. The walls cracked. 3 men began bleeding from their noses. One passed out, and later described, descending into a black trench, lit by nothing but that sound. When dawn came, the screaming stopped. The helmet, untouched, had shifted 14 inches across the shelf, without any sign of tampering. Later X-rays revealed that the inside was empty. No skull, no flesh, no trace of organic material. Just salt deposits, shaped like vocal cords. The helmet was eventually encased in lead and buried beneath the naval yard. But in 1928, during renovations, construction crews uncovered a sealed chamber beneath the site. On its walls were carvings of divers without faces, and on the floor, 3 helmets, identical to the one that had screamed. In 1843, a copper bell was dredged from a collapsed shipwreck near Papua New Guinea. It bore no markings of origin, no clapper, no bolt holes. When shaken, it emitted no sound. But when placed upright, sailors heard something rattle inside. They assumed loose stone or coral fragments, until one crewman pried it open with a rusted chisel. Inside were teeth. 32, clean, white, human, perfectly arranged in a spiral from base to peak. Each tooth bore tiny etchings in an unidentifiable language, so small they could only be seen by magnification. Not just symbols, names, places, coordinates. That night, the crew fell into a collective silence. Not one man spoke, as though something in the air resisted language. In the morning, the bell was gone. No one remembered discarding it, but the deck logs had been scrubbed, replaced with a single note: returned to sender. 10 years later, a missionary reported seeing the bell in a coastal shrine built entirely of bone. When he tried to photograph it, the film overexposed instantly. The next tide swallowed the village whole. Only one object was found in the aftermath: a tooth wrapped in kelp, with his name etched into its root. In 1849, an Italian salvage diver, working the wreck of a Venetian trade ship, retrieved something odd from beneath a collapsed captain's cabin: an intact page sealed within a translucent pouch of whale blubber. The paper inside remained perfectly dry, crisp, and unwritten. Believing it blank, he nearly discarded it, but the pouch's material fascinated a local scholar, who paid to keep it submerged in a tank of seawater for further testing. The moment it was lowered into the tank, letters appeared, spiraling, not aligned, more like vines growing from a central stem. The script was neither Latin nor Greek, but somehow familiar, pulling at the edge of memory. The diver, watching through the glass, began reciting syllables aloud without knowing why. Within seconds, his speech shifted into a fluent rhythm of tones and clicks. He wept. He didn't know the language, but he felt its meaning. This page is not being written, it is remembering. Each time the page left water, the text vanished. Each time it returned, the message changed. One version detailed a location at the bottom of the Mediterranean, where no bones remain, but all breath still waits. Another told the reader to unwrite their name before crossing the reef. The diver drowned himself a week later. His body was never found. The tank cracked one night without force, the page within curling inward like a fist. Now dry, the parchment has turned translucent, and beneath its surface, faint shapes swirl like fish, waiting to take form. Near the Cape of Good Hope in 1855, a storm-tossed trawler pulled up a rope caught in its net, thick, salt-hardened, but intricately braided into a knot no sailor recognized. A perfect sphere the size of a skull, woven so densely that no end could be found. The fibers resisted knives, burned without smoke, and bled a yellowish fluid when pierced. An old sea hand claimed it resembled Laços de Afogamento, drowning knots, a coastal legend from Angola, said to trap spirits of those lost at sea. The captain scoffed and brought it aboard as a talisman. That night, their sails tore in dead wind. Voices called from beneath the hull, not groans, but pleas for breath. One crewman leapt overboard, arms outstretched, screaming for a brother who'd been dead 10 years. Others stood at the rail, silent, staring at the sea with glassy eyes until restrained. By dawn, the knot had vanished. In its place was a coil of hair, brine-soaked and knotted the same way. None could determine its origin. Human, perhaps, or something else with strands finer than silk and stronger than wire. To this day, no one aboard that ship speaks of knots. One survivor, in an asylum years later, carved a message into his cell wall with his fingernails. Some ropes tie the breath, not the boat. In 1860, a floating crate was recovered from fog-bound waters off the coast of Chile. Inside was a book, leather-bound, waterlogged, but intact. No title, no author. The first few pages were blank, until touched. Then, faint ink bled through from beneath the surface, revealing diagrams of mouths, gills, and impossible skulls. The images pulsed slightly, almost imperceptibly, like paper that remembered breath. A Navy archivist placed it in a secured drawer. That night, the drawer opened on its own. The book lay face up on the desk, open to a diagram of a diver's suit, one that hadn't been invented yet, complete with a labeled schematic. Each page after that contained languages previously unseen, yet phonetically translatable. Phrases repeated: blood is the tide of memory, and breathe only when it listens. On the 7th day, the book refused to stay closed. Pages flipped violently when left alone, always landing on one passage, identical every time, ink growing darker with each appearance. I opened when they drowned, I close when they return. Eventually the book was sealed in a lead-lined chest. It hasn't been seen since. But in 1951, a researcher in Santiago wrote of finding a damp page in her library. The same diagram, the same phrase, drawn in her own handwriting, though she had no memory of writing it. Roughly 200 miles east of Bermuda, a deep-sea expedition funded by the Royal Society in 1872 reported something so baffling that it was stricken from all official logs within a decade. The expedition, aboard the iron-hulled vessel Ariadne, was meant to chart unknown trenches using early bathymetric sounding techniques, brass weights, measured rope, and echo timings. But one particular descent recorded something impossible. A flat seafloor at precisely 4,112 meters, followed, just moments later, by a secondary drop of nearly 3,000 more. There should have been a slope, a grade, some transition in between. Instead, it was described as a sudden inhalation in the earth. Weighted lines lowered into this depression returned dry, not untouched by water, but dry, as though whatever lay beneath repelled it. The substance clinging to the weights was not marine silt, but a powdery residue, white and flaky like bone dust. It etched grooves into brass. Diving bells could not reach it. The pressure changed irregularly. Barometric readings surged, dropped, then steadied, though no physical cause presented itself. A team of cartographers, assigned to sketch the terrain, began drawing circles, not contours. When questioned, one replied that the place had no edges. It wasn't a hole, it was a fold. Like pressing the sea against itself, he said, like a mouth puckering shut. To test the space's boundaries, an iron rod was fitted to the anchor, and painted with a thin line of luminous pigment. When retrieved, only the first half retained its glow. The rest had been abraded, not eroded, as if scoured with something abrasive, but precise. It wasn't wear, it was intention. Reports grew stranger. A sailor asleep on the lower deck began speaking fluently, in a language that matched no known script, but resembled phonetic chunks from several. Linguists aboard speculated glossolalia, but when played backward, the utterances bore structured cadence, resembling coded prayer or chant. One phrase repeated. It turned its face from the surface. At night, water around the Ariadne dimmed to a bruised hue, greyish-purple under moonlight, as though lit from beneath by a source invisible to the eye, but not to the sea itself. No plankton bloom explained it. No underwater flare caused it. Samples taken from the region were sterile. By the fourth day, metal instruments began to hum faintly. Pitch was too low to be heard, but compass needles vibrated slightly, aligning not with magnetic north, but toward the pit. It was as though something called, not with sound, but pressure, alignment, memory. As though gravity could learn a direction. A vote was held among the officers: descend further, or retreat. The lead navigator awoke that morning to find a sentence carved into his cabin wall. No tool had been used. The words were pressed from within, as though fingers had shaped the wood from behind it. You were not meant to look down. They left at first light. Back in London, reports of the pit were moved from naval survey to psychological review. The logbooks were replaced with a revised version, omitting the coordinates. Yet one engineer, now long buried in Blackheath, requested a strange epitaph for his grave. Below, a shape too still for rock. Above, only water to forget it. He never explained what he meant, but his final sketch survives. An hourglass-shaped void, drawn not with ink but ash, and inside the lower bulb, not sand, teeth. Far south in the Coral Sea, long before GPS and satellite telemetry, sailors relied on instinct, tides and maps, etched with soft pencil lines and guesswork, but not every guess was theirs. In 1876, several independent ships, British, French and Indonesian, reported navigating past a jagged reef formation in coordinates that hadn't previously charted any hazards. All described similar topography: sharp spires rising at unnatural angles, coral formations shaped like spirals rather than branches, and a central depression deep enough to swallow a schooner whole. Some returned with gouges in their hulls, others with coral embedded in their rudders, coral that bled when broken. Naval cartographers dubbed it Reef Theta 9, and assigned a team aboard the HMS Harrogate to chart it in full. When they arrived, there was nothing. Open ocean. No shallows, no structures, just rolling blue. The crew returned empty-handed, ridiculed for chasing phantoms, until 3 months later, a steamship en route to Noumea struck a reef at near-identical coordinates, causing massive damage. Divers sent to assess found the same spires described earlier, still pristine, still cutting upward, as if sculpted by direction, not by growth. With mounting contradictions, officials sent a more advanced team with early echo-sounding equipment. They located the reef, not where it had been reported, but 28 nautical miles east, beneath 60 meters of water. Yet coral doesn't move, coral doesn't drift. This reef had no base, no root. Beneath the spires was a flat stone shelf, seamless and dark, with cracks like veins stretching into the black. And within those cracks, vibration very slight, but unmistakable. like breath beneath glass. Scientists aboard attempted to retrieve samples, and succeeded, but the coral fragments refused to bleach. Even after being removed from seawater for days, they remained soft, pliable, and vibrated faintly in their containers. One fragment pressed against a steel case etched a spiral pattern over the course of 3 nights, impossibly slow, too purposeful for random contact. A biologist observing the sample began referring to it as, without realizing he was doing it. Night watches grew tense. Lanterns dimmed within 50 feet of the coral. Sailors reported hearing murmurs when passing the samples, as if the reef fragments echoed sounds from somewhere else. Once in total silence, a crewman dropped a wrench. The coral responded with a low pulse, like a heartbeat. Then another, then silence. After 8 days, the decision was made to return home. But as they sailed, the reef vanished from sonar before they had even left visual range. It didn't sink, it simply wasn't there anymore. The echo floor returned to normal, flat, blank. The coral fragments, once soft, hardened into brittle rock. The log was sealed. Only a single phrase was left behind in the ship's observational archive, a note written hastily by the ship's geographer, in the margins of a sonar printout. It moved because we remembered it. To this day, oceanographers occasionally record momentary sonar spikes in the coral sea, massive sharp structures, where no reef should be. But when they return, nothing, not even silt, only static, where life should echo. During a routine charting mission in 1881, a Norwegian merchant vessel named Vidkun encountered what should have been a straight-line passage through the southern tip of the Kerguelen Plateau. Calm weather, clear skies, ideal sailing conditions. The captain had traversed the route twice before, and based on their logs, the crossing of the strait, roughly 37 nautical miles, should have taken just under 6 hours. They never arrived, not late by hours, but by 3 full days. When the Vidkun finally reached port in Mauritius, their hull was unscathed, the crew accounted for, and supplies untouched. But every clock on board had stalled for 3 days. The ship's instruments, compasses, barometers and tide clocks, had all frozen at the exact same time, 2:14 a.m. The moment they entered the strait. Their logs, written hastily afterward, told a story of confusion, terror, and something even more disturbing, stasis. The helmsman insisted they sailed at full wind for the entire period. No night fell, no sun rose. The sea remained placid, the stars stayed fixed, and the horizon refused to shift. For 3 days, the ship moved forward, but went nowhere. The water passed beneath, yet the shoreline in the distance stayed frozen in place. Sailors stopped sweating, stopped blinking. One forgot his own name for 12 hours. Another claimed he could hear his voice repeating from the bowels of the ship, minutes after speaking aloud. Desperate, the captain ordered flares shot skyward. The flames hung still in the air, never descending. It wasn't just time that stopped. It was gravity. It was distance. It was the principle of travel itself. They turned back. Only when the ship reversed its course did motion return. The waves surged. The stars realigned. The sun, missing for 72 hours, shot up like a skipped frame in a broken reel. Watches ticked again, but 3 days had passed, no matter how impossible. Authorities dismissed the event as mass hysteria, or an error in navigation. But one of the ship's navigators secretly copied a set of drawings from the ship's instruments into a journal now kept in private collections. Those diagrams show spirals within spirals, not of space, but of motion itself, bent around a point not marked on any map. In the center, he scribbled a phrase in trembling Norwegian. Dit farike vannet sum, stard still. Dit farike vannet sum, stard still. Dit farike vannet sum, stard still. It was not the water that stood still, it was we who could not go. In the years since, at least 5 other ships have reported minor anomalies in the same corridor. Delays, compass drift, horizon lock, but never again for so long. The coordinates remain uncoded on maritime charts. No official name, no known obstruction, just a stretch of ocean where physics has been known to pause, just long enough to let something else pass through. And on particularly still nights, Modern radar sometimes picks up a signal in that corridor. No transponder, no ship name, just a faint digital pulse that repeats in threes. Attempts to triangulate it fail. Every bearing points in a new direction, as if whatever transmitted the signal isn't behind them or in front, but beside time altogether. In the spring of 1887, a coal barge chartered by an Argentine survey company was tasked with skirting the edge of the Scotia Sea to verify rumors of a newly formed island, one seen only once by a whaling crew fleeing a storm. No coordinates were available, just a sketched outline on torn parchment, a crescent shape with 3 peaks, no vegetation, and a note that read, "It rose with no waves." The Lucinda Rosa departed Ushuaia with minimal expectation of success. But 5 days into the expedition, on a morning wrapped in thick mist and windless stillness, something massive appeared on the horizon. It was not land as they knew it. No beach, no cliff. A pale arc of rock floated above the waterline, literally above, hovering just inches off the surface, as if suspended by a force too shy to be seen. From a distance, it looked like a dried coral shelf inverted into the sky. As they approached, the water beneath their hull grew shallow far too quickly. Soundings dropped in at 400 fathoms, then 20, then none. Not because the ocean ended, but because it no longer reflected sound. Instruments clicked into silence. Depth was unmeasurable. They dropped anchor, and the chain stretched taut, not downward, but horizontally, pulling toward the formation. No current pulled the ship. The sea remained flat. It was as if the island had its own gravity, its own rule of what directions should mean. When they approached by skiff, the air grew dry, not just less humid, desert dry. Lips cracked, hair stood on end, salt stopped clinging to the skin. Closer still, they saw movement, small flakes of something like ash rising upward from the island's surface, but in reverse, falling toward the sky. Not lifted by wind, but summoned. A crewman reached to catch one. It dissolved into heat against his palm, and left behind a small red spiral burned into the skin. His heartbeat immediately doubled. He collapsed. Breathing returned to normal, only after they pushed away from the mass. One geologist dared step onto the island itself. He never returned. The others waited hours. Then from the central plateau, a thundercrack split the air without echo. The island trembled, not in quake, but in shiver, and the mist folded in on itself. The land blinked out. No splash, no descent, no displacement of water, just absence. In its place the sea floor remained exposed, a ring-shaped depression lined with perfectly geometric striations, spiraling inward like an enormous fingerprint pressed into the crust of the earth. Back in port, no one believed them. The logs were taken, maps confiscated. Only one object remained, the burned handprint on the injured crewman. Doctors could not explain the scar. It didn't heal, it pulsed faintly, like it remembered what the rest of him tried to forget. In 1935, a Soviet vessel recorded a sudden void in ocean depth in the same sector. For 12 seconds their sonar reported a height, not a depth, rising above the sea floor, yet unreflected in water disturbance. No shipboard instruments could record it again, but a single burst of magnetic activity was captured, repeating once every 6 seconds, 6 pulses, and then nothing. Modern maritime maps show nothing in that area, but a notation, rarely noticed, sits in the lower margin of several global nautical charts, a numberless zone labeled Emergent Phenomenon not recognized by Hydrography Division. Locals in Tierra del Fuego have another name for it, whispered only in Quechua, Inti Hunyu, the island that does not float but waits. In 1901, a cable ship, operating off the coast of Newfoundland, picked up a distress signal on an outdated frequency, one believed to be obsolete since before the turn of the century. The signal repeated in perfect intervals, a string of short pulses, followed by an abrupt break, then resumed again, looping every 31 seconds. The crew of the Whitmore assumed it was an old navigation buoy malfunctioning and set course to investigate. Coordinates triangulated the origin to a wide trench where no beacon had ever been recorded. Upon arrival, a fog rolled in, not sea mist, but thick, dry air, scentless and sound-deadening. Sonar returned a single anomaly, a metallic object, 115 meters in length, floating slightly below the surface, with no propulsion, no radar echo, no power signature. At first glance through scopes, it resembled a steel-hulled steamship, black, riveted, clean, too clean. It had no markings, no rust, no visible registration, no algae, no rope, no wear of time. The hull's seams were sealed perfectly smooth, uninterrupted by welds or bolts. The ship just was, like it had not been made, but allowed to arrive. Cautiously, the captain of the Whitmore dispatched a dinghy. As the boarding party approached, the object's surface remained eerily still, not reacting to waves or wind. The boarding crew climbed a ladder that should have creaked, but didn't. Footfalls made no sound. Inside, they found long empty corridors lined with brass fittings and leather railings, untouched by age. Every door opened without resistance. Every room bore the architecture of late 1800s passenger liners, but with strange modifications, mirrors set into the ceilings at oblique angles, portholes looking into the ship, rather than out. On the bridge, the crew found a logbook, open but blank, until one of them touched it. Ink bled upward from the page, forming words too quickly to be handwritten. The language was English, yet the phrasing was strange. Departure unrecorded, arrival undeserved, manifest incomplete. Suddenly the fog thickened, swallowing both the object and the Whitmore. For 23 minutes, the ship's own logs show no entries, no movement, no sound. When visibility returned, the object had vanished. No wake, no disturbance. The boarding party returned without memory of re-entry. They carried nothing from the ship but damp sleeves and an inexplicable terror, one that lingered beneath the skin like a fever refusing to break. Upon return to port, analysis of the signal revealed it matched one last transmitted in 1873 from a British passenger vessel named Ulbratha, lost in the mid-Atlantic with all hands. But Ulbratha was wooden-hulled, sail-powered, and shorter by half than the object they had encountered. The coordinates were scrubbed from maritime logs. Naval Command dismissed the event as equipment error and atmospheric distortion. But years later, a fragment of metal matching the object's unique rivetless plating washed ashore near Galway, etched with a date, March 11, 1896. A date no ship launched. A date no ship returned. And on rare nights, ships in that same channel report hearing slow, mechanical clapping across the water, like a gangway being lowered onto a surface that isn't there. In the summer of 1906, a team of German naval engineers conducted sonar testing in the Heligoland Bight, off the North Sea coast. Their vessel, the Steigerwald, was fitted with a new submersible prototype, designed to measure temperature gradients at depth. 2 divers descended early in the morning, tethered by steel cable and phone line, a practice still rudimentary at the time. The water was calm, visibility fair, and the descent went smoothly for the first 70 meters. Contact broke suddenly. No sound, no motion in the line. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The cable was reeled back, empty. Divers were presumed lost. Searches resumed for 2 days. Nothing. Then, in 2007, 101 years later, a solo diver, exploring a seagrass bed in nearly the same region, surfaced at a nearby marina, disoriented and badly sunburned, wearing a brass diving suit, bearing Imperial German Navy insignia. The suit was authentic, but pristine, no corrosion, no barnacles. The man inside, no older than 35, spoke fluent pre-war German, and carried a laminated identification tag, dating back to 1906. Albrecht Voss, Specialist, Marine Acoustic Division. At first assumed to be a reenactor or prankster, Voss was detained by authorities. But his fingerprints, matched to archived documents, were authentic. So was the salt pattern on his boots, an exact chemical match to North Sea composition recorded in the early 20th century. When shown modern technology, he expressed genuine horror, as if recognizing something he'd seen before but not understood. Under questioning, Voss described descending past a soft wall in the water, neither liquid nor solid, but yielding, like hot wax, and entering a vast dark space where his instruments stopped functioning. His last memory before surfacing in the marina was of countless silhouettes drifting above him, all shaped like divers, but with limbs too long, joints too soft. They wore suits without seams, he whispered, no air, just presence. Authorities classified him as delusional. But 2 weeks later, before full psychiatric evaluation, Voss vanished from his room at the holding facility. His suit, placed in secure storage, was found twisted inward, seams folded into themselves, like fabric turned inside out by invisible force. Security footage showed nothing, just 20 seconds of static. Weeks later, a marine biologist conducting unrelated fieldwork in the Bight reported an unusual sonar return. She dove, hoping to investigate a sunken wreck. What she found was not metal, not wood, but a perfect sphere embedded in the silt, glass or something like it, beneath which floated objects suspended in still water, not fish, not debris, shapes. One wore a brass nameplate, marked Voss. The discovery was never verified. The biologist, unable to replicate the site, offered no evidence, but she never dove again, and when pressed on what she saw, she gave only one answer. He didn't return, he was returned. To this day, divers near the Bight speak of heat pockets, beneath the cold spaces where water thickens, and time thins, and where, if you're unlucky, you might see your own gear staring back at you from the other side of the silt. In the early months of 1911, lighthouse keepers, stationed along the Orkney coast, began reporting an anomaly so subtle that no one believed it at first. The southern horizon, over an otherwise empty stretch of North Sea, would glow faintly on moonless nights, never orange like fire or red like dawn, but a pale, trembling green, not sky glow, not ship light, something beneath the surface, something moving. It began with one report, then 3, then 9 within a week, all describing the same thing, a low pulsing arc of colour that rhythmically rose and fell on the sea, exactly 47 minutes past each midnight. Mariners assumed it a reflection, perhaps of phosphorescent algae or coastal luminescence, but the accounts kept piling up. The pattern never wavered, it didn't drift, it didn't fade, it blinked. A research crew from Aberdeen was dispatched with early photo plates and a crude hydrophone array, skeptical but curious. On the third night, at 12:47 a.m., the glow came, clear, precise, unmistakable. A single shaft of green light rose through the sea, like a searchlight aiming back at the stars, perfectly vertical, broad as a ship's hull, cutting upward from fathoms below, without refracting in the waves. Then came the sound, not thunder, not wail. A low harmonic tone began humming through the hull of the survey vessel, vibrating its screws and bulkhead evenly. The pitch shifted, not randomly, but with intentional intervals, measured and repeating, like a tone-based language unspoken by air. Hydrophones recorded the pulses for 42 seconds before going dead. The green light flickered once more, then vanished. Not dimmed, not dispersed, vanished. The sea fell still. The scientists developed the images the next morning. One of the plates, taken just before the hydrophones failed, captured not only the light, but something in its beam, a silhouette, slender, elongated, with curved limbs folded tightly together, rising like smoke from the sea floor. They returned to port. The data was filed. The plate was locked in archive. 3 days later, the lead technician from the survey team reported to work in silence. He handed over his resignation and walked to the harbour, where he stood at the edge of the quay until sunset. A fisherman claimed to have seen him step into the water, fully clothed, without a sound, no splash, no ripple, no body ever found. Weeks after, ships in the area began to report unexpected compass rotation, always around the same hour, not magnetic storms, not equipment failure, just slow, deliberate realignments, all toward a fixed bearing that had no landmass, no charted feature, and no name. Eventually, the Admiralty issued a quiet directive, Do not anchor near 59° N 2° W. Between midnight and 1 a.m., mariners were told it was due to seismic sensitivity, but internal memos, later leaked, included an additional instruction: avoid underwater signaling. Do not answer light. The pulsing green beacon returned irregularly over the next few years, sometimes absent for months, then reappearing for a single precise blink. A final recording in 1919 captured just one tone, far higher than the rest. Audio engineers later plotted its waveform and found it matched the bell pattern of an old lighthouse demolished a decade earlier, not mimicked, matched exactly, echoes of a sound that should no longer exist. Nothing glows in that part of the sea anymore, but sailors still turn their bows away when they pass it, without knowing why. In the spring of 1915, a fleet of trawlers, working the waters off the coast of Ushant, at the southern edge of the English Channel, cast their drag nets in calm conditions. Routine, unremarkable, until one of the vessels, Le Brume du Nord, caught something it couldn't lift. The net line held taut, not with the snapping violence of an entangled reef or wreck, but a steady, unyielding resistance, like something alive and patient, had anchored itself to the other end. After 3 hours of attempted recovery, the crew managed to winch the net halfway in. What they found inside should have been torn apart by the ocean: a fishing net older than any on board, intact and woven from materials no longer in use. Thick twine coiled with animal sinew, threaded in patterns that hadn't been seen since medieval times. Worse still was what came with it. Entangled in the web was a boot. Leather, French military issue, a design phased out before Napoleon's first campaign. Inside was a foot, human, preserved, bearing no signs of rot, still warm to the touch. The men recoiled. Within minutes, another fragment surfaced, a piece of hull bearing the crest of La Léonide, a galleon that had gone down in 1788 with all hands. None of it made sense. No debris field had ever been recorded in this region, and no currents from the Bay of Biscay should have deposited 18th century wreckage in that trench. They pulled the net fully aboard and found more utensils, pewter plates stamped with vanished seals, and a half-decayed journal wrapped in wax cloth. The ink was smeared, but one sentence stood out, preserved in graphite pressed so deep it nearly punctured the paper: "They are still fishing." That night, the water around Le Brume du Nord turned perfectly still. No waves, no drift. Stars overhead blurred, not from clouds, but from vibration. The sea beneath the ship began to pull gently, almost imperceptibly, until one by one the deckhands felt the ache in their teeth, the pressure in their knees, like the floor was rising toward them from below. Suddenly, the net shot backward, still attached, still holding. It pulled with a force not of nature, but intention, a force that didn't tug in bursts, but reeled with a rhythm. The winch arm cracked, metal groaned. One sailor, holding the final loop of the net, was pulled overboard before he could scream. His body hit the surface, then paused, suspended, not floating, not sinking, before being dragged below in a slow spiral, arms outstretched. The line snapped, the sea fell silent. The remaining crew fled. Port records from Brest show Le Brume du Nord arrived under sail alone, its engine dead, its nets burned on the deck. The surviving men never went back to sea. When questioned, one simply whispered, "We were not meant to fish there. It was their drag." The net was confiscated by the French Ministry of Marine. Years later, a diver operating under a private contract off that same coast described pulling up a fragment of linen, knotted in a style he couldn't replicate. Tied within it was a human finger, fresh and bearing a crude ring etched with the same crest from the Léonide. A new fishing ban was enacted, not for overfishing, not for habitat protection. The reason, unstable sediment. But every year, near the same coordinates, vessels still lose tension on their nets, not because they snag, but because the ocean gives them back something too quickly. Not everything the sea keeps is lost. Some of it is being borrowed. In 1920, a coastal radio station on the Faroe Islands, used primarily for relaying weather data and naval traffic between Britain and the Arctic convoys, began experiencing a strange anomaly. At 3:11 a.m. every Thursday, a faint carrier tone would suddenly appear on their primary frequency. It didn't drift, it didn't oscillate, it simply began, and then stayed, unwavering, for exactly 12 minutes and 20 seconds before vanishing without a trace. Technicians initially believed it to be atmospheric interference, or a reflected signal bouncing off polar magnetics, which wasn't uncommon. But the signal was always the same frequency, always the same length, and it appeared in clear skies, even on calm solar days. Attempts to triangulate it failed. No source could be located on land, sea, or air. It seemed to rise up from below the island, or more accurately, from beneath the sea surrounding it. Then one night, an operator named Emil Dans, curious beyond caution, decided to respond. Using the same frequency, he keyed a short test phrase, identify source. Static followed, then something else. The signal cut out for 6 seconds, then returned, not as a tone, but as audio. It was his voice, not a recording, not an echo. It responded using his exact phrasing, but the tone was wrong, hollow, breathless, as if spoken by something that had never heard a human before, but was trying to simulate one. Then the voice continued, speaking phrases he hadn't uttered yet. It named coordinates, described colors he hadn't seen. Then it asked, "Will you follow?" Terrified, Emil cut the transmission. The signal stopped immediately, but for the next 6 weeks, every Thursday night, the voice returned, repeating those same phrases, exactly as before, in exactly the same distorted voice. Even after Emil left the station and was reassigned to Denmark, the voice continued to arrive at 3:11 a.m., as if unaware he had gone, or unwilling to accept it. In desperation, the station was shut down and relocated. The tower was dismantled, but the voice didn't stop. Radio hobbyists from Norway to Greenland began to pick up the same sequence. All said the same thing. It didn't transmit across the air, it tunneled through it. A physicist from Oslo, trying to replicate the anomaly, built a low-frequency receiver and set it to scan the suspected channel. He heard nothing for 3 nights. Then on the 4th, it activated, without input, without prompt. A short phrase, delivered in perfect Norwegian. "You opened the gate." He destroyed the equipment. Years later, archived magnetic tape from the Faroe station, assumed to be degraded weather chatter, was digitally cleaned by a university team. Beneath the surface hiss, faint layers of speech emerged, but none matched any known recording at the time. The voice repeated one phrase, layered under itself hundreds of times, in slightly different rhythms, slightly different pitches. "We never stopped speaking. You simply stopped listening." To this day, that exact frequency remains mysteriously quiet across all civilian airwaves. Any attempt to broadcast on it results in equipment error, recorders fail, signals disperse, antennas detune. But every so often, in scattered bursts across the Arctic Circle, independent ham operators report sudden clarity. At 3:11 a.m., a voice familiar and strange, asking a question no one dares answer anymore: "Is anyone still below?" By late 1923, sound technology aboard naval vessels had improved just enough to record more than just Morse code and basic chatter. Hydrophones became standard on many deep-sea reconnaissance ships, especially those operating around the Kuril Trench between Japan and Russia, a notoriously deep and poorly understood stretch of ocean. It was during a routine patrol aboard the Kitsune Maru, a Japanese survey ship, that the first transmission was captured. The crew had been trailing a series of undersea vibrations recorded the week prior. Minor tremors that, when graphed, didn't follow seismic patterns. They weren't sharp, they weren't sudden, they were sustained, droning fluctuations that oscillated in perfectly spaced intervals. Curious, they dropped a cluster of hydrophones at 4,000 meters and waited. The microphones picked up nothing for 5 minutes. Then came a sound no one had ever heard beneath the sea. Voices, not singular, not shouting, but singing. Wordless, harmonic tones, layered with mathematical precision. Each note rose in pitch, only when the others fell, creating an undulating harmony that formed impossible chords, intervals no known scale could account for. The sound didn't travel outward, like whale song. It funneled directly upward, through the trench, as though the sea floor itself had opened to let a cathedral breathe. The engineers froze. The captain, an aging realist, ordered the recording preserved, and the ship moved from the trench's edge immediately. But by then, it had already begun. The hull of the Kitsune Maru began to vibrate, not from external impact, but from sympathetic resonance. Every bulkhead, every length of pipe, every screw in the walls began to hum with the same harmony. The crew's bones ached. One sailor collapsed as his hearing gave way to unbearable pressure. He later described the sensation not as pain, but as recognition without context. Without context, like remembering a lullaby no one taught you. They shut off the hydrophones. The sound continued. For 26 minutes, the ship drifted silently, vibrating with no source of motion, no engine activity, until the harmony stopped abruptly, snuffed like breath cut short. Water settled, silence returned. The crew played back the recording once, just once. The tones warped the tape itself, leaving warbling distortions and harmonic ghosts across unrelated reels in storage. Logbooks reported headaches, paranoia, and 5 cases of sleepwalking in the days following. Each man found wandering the deck at precisely 4:17 a.m., humming the same 3 descending notes. When the ship returned to Sapporo, the record was confiscated and sealed. It was labeled as mechanical interference, despite first-hand reports from over 40 crewmen. Still, rumors spread. 2 years later, an acoustic engineer from Tokyo received a damaged wax cylinder in a box with no return label. Its contents, a re-recorded fragment of the trench's choir. He played it once. The tone that emerged from the phonograph was warped, barely audible, but at its peak moment, all the glass in his studio shattered simultaneously, including a frame encasing a map of the Kuril Trench. A single crack ran down the center, stopping precisely at the point where the Kitsune Maru had once floated. The engineer fled the profession, never published again. He left only a note behind, scrawled in kanji so hastily the ink bled through the page. They are not singing for us. They are singing to keep something asleep. In 1927, a small Dutch naval outpost in the southern Sunda Strait maintained a relay station tasked with transferring long-range marine broadcasts from Java to Sumatra. It was a dull assignment, repeating weather updates, relaying check-ins, nothing classified or complex. One operator, Willem Joritsma, began experimenting in off hours with radio bands well below the standard civilian frequency. There had long been rumors in naval circles of unregistered signals in the 1820 kHz band, too low for traditional voices, but not quite natural noise. One night, Willem caught something, not a message, a presence. At precisely 1:04 a.m., the speaker on his equipment gave a short pulse, followed by what sounded like breathing. Not a breeze, not static, breathing, rhythmic, shallow, and close. It continued for 90 seconds. He recorded the entire sequence and isolated it across 3 separate reels, convinced it was some kind of encoded sonar. But when he played it back the next evening, it didn't sound the same. The breathing had changed, louder, closer, almost gasping, even more unnerving. The pauses between the breaths had shortened, matching Willem's own respiratory pattern. In real time, he tested it again the following night. This time, the breaths waited, then caught up with him mid-recording. They weren't playing, they were following. He tried letting others listen. Nothing played. The recordings returned silent, flatline. But whenever he was alone, they resumed. Worse still, the signal began appearing outside his lab, over shortwave, in local bands, once even through the needle hum of a gramophone record that hadn't been used in months. Sleep became impossible. His own breath began to feel foreign. He described in a desperate journal entry the sense that his exhalations were no longer original, that he was mimicking something that had already breathed first. 3 weeks in, Willem disappeared. His station remained intact, no signs of struggle. But the last tape on his desk, labeled Final Control, was discovered half-played in the recorder. Those who later examined it found nothing unusual, until one analyst, out of curiosity, applied harmonic resonance mapping. The waveform that emerged was not breath. It was speech, slowed nearly 200 times, and it formed one sentence. "We learn by echo. You taught us your shape." Naval intelligence dismissed the matter. The outpost was reassigned, but 2 years later, a marine biologist, working in the same region, conducted echolocation experiments on squid migration. Her instruments picked up an ultra-low band she couldn't explain, one that mirrored the very signal Willem had recorded. In her final report, she noted that the pattern, when looped and pitched upward, formed a perfect imitation of her own voice calling out, "Where am I?" She deleted the files, but the loop returned on every new drive she used, even those never connected to the original recorder. Since then, no signal has officially been logged from the band Willem first discovered. But radio enthusiasts worldwide report occasional bursts in the early morning, 3 long pulses, followed by breath, then silence. Those who've tried decoding the intervals often abandon the effort within days, and when asked why, many give the same answer: "It started answering before I asked anything." In 1933, aboard the French oceanographic research vessel Isabeau, a team of deep-sea analysts operated an experimental subaquatic recording unit, a multi-band receiver designed to monitor sound across multiple strata of water pressure, with the goal of identifying previously undocumented marine life signatures. Their target was a tectonically unstable trench off the coast of Reunion Island, unmapped, dangerously deep, and long avoided by shipping lanes due to magnetic inconsistencies. At exactly 2:06 a.m., while the receivers were calibrated and rolling, the lead analyst, Claude Fournier, froze mid-sentence. He was transcribing hydrophone data when the static fell away and something began to speak. Not sing, not echo, speak. The voice came low and uneven, too deep for a throat, each syllable drawn out, as if from behind layers of pressure. It did not speak French, or any known terrestrial language, but Claude understood it, not intellectually, viscerally. He claimed that the message didn't enter through his ears. It uncoiled inside his chest, pressing against his lungs, bypassing sound entirely. He scrawled a translation. One phrase repeated: "This is not your depth, this is your memory," descending. Panicked, the team played back the reel. Static again. Nothing. But when Claude stood nearby, the sound returned, only when he was present. What followed was stranger. Every hydrophone lowered into the trench returned covered in crystallized salt, not white, but iridescent black, refracting light like obsidian shards. And more disturbingly, their cables had not been cut or frayed, but braided into tight, perfect coils, as if something had gently folded them underwater and sent them back. Later that night, the Isabeau's instruments began behaving erratically. The clocks slowed, their second hands clicking in stutters. Compasses spun, but not at random. They stopped only when turned toward the trench, pointing downward. Barometers surged, indicating atmospheric collapse that never came. One engineer whispered that it felt like the ocean was holding its breath. Fournier refused to sleep. He sat by the receiver, transcribing page after page of what he called pressure speech, now unable to leave the room without the static screaming in his ears. His final log entry, scribbled in uneven strokes, read, "I am the mouthpiece now. If I leave the signal, it returns through me." He died from internal hemorrhaging 3 days later. His lungs were found filled not with blood, but a viscous black fluid, with crystalline deposits resembling microscopic salt spirals. No known pathogen matched. His eyes were perfectly intact, but all retinal tissue had detached, as if he'd seen something too deep, too sudden. The tapes were confiscated by the French Navy and allegedly destroyed, but one reel, mislabeled and lost in the shuffle, was found decades later in a Marseille flea market by an amateur sound archivist. When played through digital restoration software, a faint harmonic structure emerged, 4 descending tones followed by a pause. Then, unmistakably, a phrase in flawless modern French, but voiced with no accent and no breath. "We do not rise. You fell." The archivist suffered massive vertigo. He smashed the recorder and buried the tape in concrete. No one who worked aboard the Isabeau would sail again. The ship was decommissioned quietly and left to rot in a dry dock. Divers later found its hull warped, not by collision or corrosion, but by inward pressure, as if the sea had tried to pull it down like a bell made of skin. To this day, mariners crossing the Reunion Trench report pressure anomalies, mild at first, like ears refusing to pop, then a ringing, low and constant, not from the ship, from inside their own bones, and if they remain in that corridor too long, the ringing stops. That's when the voice begins. During the winter of 1935, a Royal Navy surveillance cruiser, the HMS Caroline, was assigned an unusual patrol mission near the Rockall Plateau, a submerged mountain west of Scotland, long avoided due to its unstable geology and erratic sonar returns. The order came not from Standard Command, but through a special memorandum routed through Scientific Intelligence, a body recently established to investigate maritime inconsistencies. No further explanation was provided, only coordinates. When the Caroline arrived near the submerged peak, fog swallowed the horizon, the ocean calmed to an unnatural stillness, and barometric pressure dropped so quickly that several crew members collapsed from ear hemorrhaging. The ship's altimeter, which should have been irrelevant at sea, suddenly began to climb, slowly, as if the ship were rising into airless space, rather than floating in water. At 2:13 hours, spotters noticed lights beneath the waves, not phosphorescence, not reflections, lanterns, dozens of them, strung like street lamps across an invisible highway deep beneath the surface. They blinked on, one by one, in an arc, stretching out from the base of Rockall, forming a precise grid. Each burned a sickly orange hue, more molten than incandescent. No light should hold its clarity that deep, and yet, these glowed as if lit in air. No source could be detected, no power, no motion, but as the lights brightened, a strange vertigo overtook the bridge. Navigators reported a sensation not of sinking, but being watched from underneath, as though the sea itself had opened its lid and tilted upward to peer at them. When hydrophones were lowered, they didn't record audio, they recorded absence, sound that was not simply absent, but inverted, like negative space. And then, beneath the ship's keel, metal buckled slightly, not from impact, but from a reverberation. Something had moved below, something massive. The sonar swept once, returned blank, then swept again, and returned something else. Their own ship, a second Caroline, identical in shape and scale, resting stationary 300 meters beneath them, as though a reflection had sunk and been made solid. Then came the whisper. Every radio on board erupted in unison, with a voice that was not spoken, but pressed into the skull like heat. It said no words, but carried intent. Leave. The fog thickened. Lights below flickered out one by one, in reverse sequence. The Caroline turned immediately, and abandoned the patrol. But days later, when docked in Belfast, a coded transmission arrived, allegedly from a relay buoy, in the Rockall region. It bore the cruiser's exact call sign, and an urgent message, still in place, all systems normal. Who left? It bore the correct encryption. It was verified as authentic, yet the Caroline was docked, its crew intact. No duplicate vessel existed, no second crew, but the message kept repeating, each hour, every hour. Eventually the relay was scuttled, but to this day, deep-sea mapping systems occasionally glitch near Rockall. Sonar returns show double images, depth sensors invert, and on rare nights fishing vessels report seeing a procession of orange lights sweep beneath them, slowly, silently, heading toward no shore. Locals call it the Lantern Walk, and they do not fish there after dark. In the summer of 1937, a private research submarine named Nereide was commissioned by a Belgian industrialist with an obsessive interest in oceanic time anomalies, fluctuations in current and temperature that seem to correspond with untraceable magnetic dips in the mid-Atlantic. The submarine, a marvel of experimental engineering, carried an unorthodox feature in its forward hull. A pressure-sealed glass viewport, spanning nearly 3 meters across. It was meant for observation. It was also the first of its kind installed to withstand depths beyond 3,000 meters. The first dives were uneventful, but on the third descent, off the continental shelf near the Azores, the Nereid encountered what the log would describe only as external inconsistencies. The water temperature dropped 20 degrees in under a minute. The sub's lights flickered, not due to loss of power, but to faint refraction, the kind caused when external light sources interfere. Only there were no external lights, until there were. From the viewport, the crew began to see movement, not flickers, not glints, reflections, subtle, incorrect ones. At first it was easy to dismiss, light bouncing strangely from the instrument panel, illusions cast by fatigue. But then the glass began to reflect images that had no source in the cabin. A man in a diving suit no one was wearing, an operator who appeared to be seated in the corner, silent, unmoving, where no one sat. They turned the cabin lights off, and the reflections stayed. One crew member, a physicist named Duwal, began taking notes, though his handwriting quickly grew erratic. He claimed the reflections were not residual light, but external observances, glimpses into a place that was not directly outside, but parallel, not behind the glass. Beyond it, the viewport began fogging from the outside, something none of the engineers could explain, given the temperature and pressure ratios. Then came the tapping, light, arrhythmic, like fingertips on hollow steel. But it wasn't coming from the hull, it came from the inside of the glass. Duwal stared at the patterns, then abruptly ordered the sub to surface. He said nothing for the remaining 3 hours of ascent. Back on land, he requested immediate disassembly of the viewport. It was removed under supervision and placed into dry storage. But over the following weeks, engineers inspecting the glass reported seeing smudges that moved. Not oil, not dust, just faint streaks that shifted location between viewings. When cleaned, they returned, always in the same orientation, 5 streaks, like fingers pressed too hard, too long from the other side. 2 months later, Duwal vanished from his home. A window in his study, sealed and 10 feet off the ground, was shattered inward, but no trace of blood, no signs of struggle. On his desk was a single photograph, newly developed, showing the viewport dismounted and leaning against a warehouse wall. In the center, just visible in the curved reflection, was a face, not Duwal's, not any known crew member. A face pressed against the inside of the glass, mouth open, eyes closed, as if singing something that couldn't be heard. The viewport was never recovered. The warehouse burned down a year later, under unknown circumstances. But to this day, sailors speak of mirror glare deep at sea, reflections that don't belong, glimpses of equipment inside their own vessels before they've even moved there, or the ghost image of a hand pressed lightly to the inside of their porthole. No water, no noise, just pressure, watching back. In the spring of 1940, the Cormoran V, a Norwegian supply ship, rerouted for wartime auxiliary duties, was traversing a relatively stable corridor between Greenland and Iceland when its instruments began to misbehave, not fail, not error, but behave oppositely. Compasses didn't spin, they reversed polarity entirely. Barometers registered rising pressure, while crewmen complained of compressed lungs. And most strange of all, the sonar no longer mapped the seafloor, but reflected a steady moving trench, traveling with the ship rather than below it. Captain Olav Borson ordered an immediate slowdown, engines strained. The ship had entered what he described in the logbook as a ribbon of glass laid on black velvet. The sea around them, though visually still, resisted the ship's movement, not as water, but as something thicker, heavier. Yet, there was no wave, no surface variation, no visible flow. And yet, the ship moved forward, pulled steadily, not by tide, not by engine, but by something unseen. Sailors dropped test lines overboard, weighted with dye markers. They never dispersed. The dye stayed tight, unblinking, curling down in a perfect spiral, and vanishing into darkness, far sooner than depth allowed. What few bubbles rose from the depths came not up the hull's side, but away from the ship in straight lines, like air finding escape, towards something behind them. Then came the temperature. The ocean dropped to freezing in under 5 minutes. Metal dew condensed on the bulkheads, not from humidity, but from displacement, as if the air itself were being crushed inward. One engineer reported hearing whispers from the coolant pipes in the engine room, but dismissed it as auditory fatigue, until the wind stopped, completely. Flags, sails, breath, still. And then ahead of them, a shimmer, not a light, not a ship, a distortion, like heat haze on a summer road, except vertical, and over water. It stretched upward as high as the sky, and narrowed down into a fine seam directly across the ship's projected course. It wasn't fog, it wasn't light, it was something folding. The sea bent there, very slightly, not a wave, but a crease. The logbook ends here. What survives from that journey comes from a second vessel, the Cheldstrum, which passed the same region nearly 48 hours later. They found debris, rigging, lifeboat fragments, and a single oil drum, but no wreckage, no oil trail, just dead calm, as if the sea had freshly settled. One object was recovered, a single iron buoy, marked with Cormoran V, yet covered in salt that tested impossibly old, with a halite structure matching samples from Mesozoic seabeds. Inside it was a spool of exposed film, heavily degraded. Experts tried to reconstruct the frames and discovered one still partially visible image, a straight line, black against black, dividing the entire frame vertically. Along its edge was a faint glow, like filament seen through a fogged lens. Analysis failed. The image didn't decay like celluloid. It shifted. Each time it was examined, the line moved slightly, always tilting toward the left edge of the frame. One scientist remarked, "It's trying to leave." To this day, that corridor of the ocean, uncharted by any official map, has gained a name among Scandinavian sailors. Stillestrum, the still current. No one enters it willingly, and those who pass too close often describe a moment they cannot explain, a feeling of being briefly forgotten by gravity, like their own weight paused. And when it ends, the ship creaks, not from stress, but from something letting go. In the autumn of 1942, amid escalating U-boat warfare across the Atlantic, the Allies began deploying experimental radar-equipped escort ships, designed to identify submerged threats from greater distances. One such vessel, the HMS Pelican Grey, operated off the Azores as part of a convoy protection detail. What it reported during a routine sweep never entered wartime records, not because of classification, but because no official narrative could accommodate what occurred. At 3:47 hours, during a calm and moonless watch, the ship's radar picked up a moving return, not a blip. A contour, long, narrow, gliding at 4 knots parallel to their starboard flank. Surface check revealed nothing. No ship, no light. But the radar continued to show an entity just beside them, larger than the Pelican Grey itself, keeping pace. That in itself was unusual, but not impossible. Until the sonar was activated. What it returned wasn't structure, it was absence, a void, not a blank signal, but a negative. The sonar painted the water next to the ship as inverted mass, a moving trench with no echo, no resistance. And then, as the captain moved to reposition, the entire ship groaned, not from motion, from pressure. The hull began sweating, not leaking, not condensing, but beading tiny rivulets of fluid from every welded seam. That fluid was not salt water. It was heavy, thick, and slightly warm, like blood without color. Attempts to collect it failed. The moment it was exposed to air, it vanished, leaving a sour-sweet smell behind. Crewmen began to feel pressure on their spines, not external, but internal, as though posture itself was being corrected by something unseen. A radioman collapsed while trying to adjust the antenna. His last words before losing consciousness, "It's above us, but it's not casting down." That was when the shadow appeared, not on the ship, on the water. Running beside the Pelican Grey, without ripple, without wake, was a perfect black silhouette, longer than the destroyer, narrower than any whale or submarine, with a pointed front and narrowing back like a spindle. It wasn't distorted by the sea, The waves passed through it, unbothered, but it followed, exactly, as if pinned to their path. No stars shone through it. Light did not bend around it. It simply absorbed presence. They attempted evasive maneuvers. The shadow kept pace. Then came the radio interference. Not static, but silence. A total silencing of electromagnetic activity. Their instruments didn't fail. They stopped acknowledging input. Even light bulbs dimmed, not from power loss, but as if ashamed to shine. Then, without warning, the shadow diverged. It veered off starboard at a hard angle, slicing across the sea and vanishing toward the trench beyond. As it moved, the sea behind it rose in a slow arc, like skin closing over a wound. A moment later, all systems returned. When reviewed, the radar logs had been overwritten with a solid band of black. The backup analog paper rolls, however, survived. They showed something chilling. The shadow had never appeared suddenly. It had joined them, seamlessly merging with the convoy from open sea, and left just as smoothly, without origin, without path. Post-event examinations of the Pelican Grey revealed hairline distortions in the hull, not impact damage, not pressure fatigue, but soft bends in the very metal, as if the ship had been gently twisted while remaining whole. The compass casing was found slightly elongated. The glass warped into an oval. The captain was relieved of duty after reporting mirrored rooms in the ship's underdeck, spaces that shouldn't have existed, doors that led nowhere but reflected corridors they hadn't passed. To this day, no known ocean current or marine creature matches the path of the shadow. It cast no identity, but it knew theirs. Sailors still whisper about the black wake, not a wake that follows but one that chooses to run beside. And when the sea forgets to shimmer, when the stars are swallowed without cause, you are not alone, you are being matched. In the winter of 1943, as British naval efforts intensified across the North Sea, a minesweeping trawler known as HMS Thistlecourt was redirected after sonar imaging from a reconnaissance flyover showed something unexpected just east of Dogger Bank, a supposed flat, shallow plateau long known for its fishing lanes. But what the images revealed beneath the soft sediment looked artificial: symmetrical rises, linear shadows, and one near-perfect semicircle, embedded deep under the sea's surface. The order was issued quickly: reroute and investigate. Arriving under storm-grey skies, the Thistlecourt dropped anchor and lowered its instruments. The sonar pulse returned something impossible: a staircase, not metaphorically, not a slope or a collapsed ridge, a literal staircase, nearly 30 meters wide, carved with consistent rises, and descending into a sharp depression, each step measuring exactly the same depth, unweathered by erosion. They called it the downward terrace. Diving was impossible, due to wartime risk, but one engineer constructed a tethered camera array and lowered it down the trench. The footage, grainy and incomplete, captured more than the steps. It showed walls, left and right, as the staircase descended. Massive stone blocks stood upright in silent precision, fitted with such uncanny tightness that not even marine growth had rooted between them. Every 30 seconds, the video blinked, briefly distorting before returning to normal. It wasn't malfunction, it was timing. On the fourth distortion, the frame held long enough to show something else. Figures, silhouettes standing along the lower steps, motionless, tall, their arms at their sides, not floating, not swimming, but waiting, as if the water had never reached them, as if the trench were not filled with sea, but with something else entirely, some stillness that held shape. The crew brought the camera back immediately, but the footage, when played again, was incomplete. The staircase was gone, the blocks were gone. All that remained was a slow panning shot of undisturbed silt, as though the camera had recorded a different location altogether. And yet the steps on the recording weren't gone for good. Over the following months, radio operators from separate vessels in the area reported a strange rhythmic tone echoing across an unused shortwave band. One operator, a linguist before the war, described it as not Morse, but patterned recursion, as if something below was counting time in loops. When he plotted the tones as visual lines, a pattern emerged: 12 wide blocks, then 5 shorter ones, then 12 again. The spacing perfectly matched the recorded staircase. The Navy attempted a follow-up mission in 1946. The trench where the terrace had been was gone, not filled, not shifted, gone. The sonar returned nothing but flat seabed. But divers that day, against strict orders, descended on their own initiative. One returned alive, temporarily. His hands were bloody, not from injury, but from pressure. Not the kind caused by depth, but as if he had tried to pry something open with bare palms. Before slipping into a coma, he spoke a single sentence in a language no one recognized. Only the phonetic rhythm was recorded. Years later, a comparative linguist noted it bore frightening similarity to a Proto-Indo-European root phrase, loosely translating to "we descend to remain." The diver died 4 days later. His lungs were empty, not of air, but of saltless water. The HMS Thistlecourt was decommissioned and never reassigned. Years afterward, its deck was discovered warped, not rotted, but bent, as if the wood had remembered a different angle. Dogger Bank remains a quiet zone now. Fishing vessels avoid its eastern quadrant, especially during full moons, when strange loops of signal return across sonar screens. Never sound. Always silence, always rhythmic, and always descending. Early in 1944, as Allied forces staged naval assets near the western coast of Greenland, a civilian research team operating from a converted trawler, known as the Asvaig, made a quiet detour, authorized not by military order, but under the instruction of a Danish geophysicist named Isak Ralland. Ralland had spent the previous decade tracing collapsed glacial shelves that seemed to vanish not over millennia, but within decades, with no debris field and no temperature data to support the decay. His theory was simple and mad. The ocean floor did not just shift, it opened. Coordinates led them to an area just south of the Fram Strait, where bathymetric data had long shown a jagged tear in the continental shelf. But what they found there wasn't erosion. It was design. Ralland's team dropped a sub-bottom profiler, expecting uneven sediment. Instead, the scan returned clean geometric forms beneath the seabed, a hexagonal field of elevation changes, like paving stones arranged at vast scale, terminating in a dome-shaped depression. The profiler's final image showed something unnerving, a perfect arch, smooth, symmetrical, unlike any known tectonic fold. It was buried beneath thousands of meters of sediment, yet bore no deformation, as if the sea had politely stepped around it, refusing to age it. Ralland named it the Gate. Within hours of the discovery, the Asvaig's instruments began reacting unpredictably, not failing, reordering. Clocks drifted backward by seconds, then returned. Echo sounders began receiving pulses before the device was activated, as if their signal had been anticipated. The magnetic compass jittered, not in erratic spasms, but subtle sways, as if something massive but invisible was breathing beneath them. Most alarming was the temperature. On the sea floor, near the structure, it measured 72 degrees Fahrenheit, tropical warmth. In Arctic water, Ralland ordered a tethered camera lowered. The descent was smooth, until the feed reached 3,050 meters. Then the lights dimmed, not went out, dimmed, like a lens had passed over them. For 5 minutes, the screen showed only black, then shapes, not coral, not rock, marks, linear grooves carved across the arch, dozens of them, equally spaced grooves, shaped like letters that didn't belong to any human alphabet. The camera jolted, just once, as if tapped by something solid. Then the feed died. The team hauled the cable up and found the camera gone. Clean break, no stress damage, just missing. In its place, tied to the last hook of the cable, was a segment of chain. Black sea-worn fused shut at both ends. The links didn't match any maritime standard, not in gauge, not in metal, not in shape. And in the center of one link was a carved mark, identical to those seen on the arch. Ralland's eyes widened. He did not speak for hours. That night, the crew heard something from below, not through sonar, not through hydrophone, through the hull, knocking. 5 slow taps, then silence, then 5 more, never from the same place twice. And each time, the ocean grew unnaturally still, like something vast and heavy had shifted and settled. Ralland locked himself in the hold with the chain. His final notes, scribbled on a torn map, bore a phrase written in two languages, Danish and a script no one could identify. What we call thresholds, they built as walls. He was found dead by morning, not drowned, not frozen, just hollowed, as if the body had forgotten how to house something it once contained. The chain was discarded at sea, but later expeditions to the same shelf returned with reports of identical symbols appearing on ice floes, not carved, burned, as if a heat from below had risen not as flame, but as memory. The gate was never relocated, but trawlers near Fram Strait still report sonar returns that aren't echoes. They're anticipations, responses from a floor that pulses just before your ping. A door does not have to open to let something through. By the closing months of 1944, the war's reach had forced the Atlantic into a labyrinth of silence and deception. Sonar decoys, jamming buoys, and coded routes made the sea feel more artificial than ever. Yet amidst this chaos, a British intelligence scout ship, the HMS Oster Fen, went missing for nearly 36 hours, only to reappear on course, with no signs of deviation. The crew insisted they had never left their patrol grid, but the navigational logs, when reviewed, showed a continuous drift into a no-go zone deep within the North Atlantic, near an unmapped rise that had no registered name. When questioned, the crew grew defensive, agitated. Their language collapsed into contradictions. "We never saw land," said one. "The land saw us," said another. Eventually, the ship's internal clock discrepancies gave the Admiralty no choice but to launch a follow-up investigation, though quietly. What they found, what they dared to document, remains among the least circulated naval field reports of the entire war. The Oster Fen had passed over a stretch of seabed marked by 11 vertical formations, not hills, not coral, pillars. Rising from the ocean floor, these symmetrical stone columns extended nearly 400 meters tall, perfectly spaced, and held their positions against all tectonic logic. No silt covered them, no life grew upon them, and most strangely, no fish swam between them. It was as if the columns were not just alien to biology, but forbidden to it. Diving missions were restricted, but one submersible drone was deployed. Its camera feed was erratic. It didn't show movement, nor distortion, just confusion, frames that didn't match reality. A diver described the sensation as watching geometry try to remember itself. The columns were engraved, subtly, deeply, etchings that wrapped around in continuous spirals, like a music staff with no notes. And at the base of the southernmost pillar was a hole, not broken, but formed, smooth, circular, exactly the size and depth of a human chest cavity. The drone shut off when it neared the base. A day later, the ship's barometric sensors stopped responding, replaced by something new, a slow pulse, not electrical, not auditory, but something recorded in the wiring itself. Engineers would later say the copper within the cables had learned to hum. The pillars vanished from sonar 2 days later, not receded, not broken, vanished. But the hum remained. Across 2 months, other vessels reported identical pulses, always 11 in a row. One fishing crew, caught in a storm near the same coordinates, claimed they saw shadows below the waves, matching the positions described in the original scout report. They did not align with ocean currents. They did not move, but for 7 hours, the ship's engine refused to turn off. It was as though something below them held the circuit open, preventing retreat. They eventually broke free, but the ship's keel had warped, not cracked, but stretched by several inches, bow to stern. Later review of the Oster Fen logs revealed a deleted page from the captain's journal. It was partially recovered, though smeared with salt. The remaining text read, "We stood among what was never meant to lean. Gravity obeyed them. The sea remembered their alignment, and when we turned to leave, they turned first." Cartographers since that day have left that sector blank, not because they forgot to measure it, but because the sea refuses to confirm it exists. No sonar sweep ever repeats the same image there, and when questioned why, old mariners say the same thing with flat certainty: you can't collapse what holds up nothing. In the waning days of 1945, as the war's final chapters were being written in fire and shadow, a joint research initiative, composed of French and Brazilian oceanographers, launched a quiet expedition to a stretch of sea off the coast of São Pedro and São Paulo archipelago. The team had no military directive, no geopolitical motive. Their mission stemmed from one thing: a Brazilian fishing trawler had reported seeing rooftops breaching the waves for mere seconds, framed in early dawn mist, then disappearing like a blink into calm. The phenomenon was dismissed by officials, but the image haunted one geographer, Dr. Leo Mercier, who recalled ancient sailor tales of Atlântida das Correntes, Atlantis of the currents, a submerged civilization, not lost in myth, but locked in rhythm. What they found could not be drawn on charts. On the second day at sea, sonar revealed depth inconsistencies, sharp vertical drops, only meters apart, symmetrical right angles, and unnatural voids that formed the negative space of city streets. Streets without sediment, streets with corners. Mercier, skeptical but driven, authorized the deployment of bathyspheric cameras. The first images returned were fractured by static, but through the blur emerged something unmistakable. Columns, tangled in coral, draped in vegetation that clung not like seaweed but like vines. Walls, steps, arches, too many to call coincidence, not ruin. Architecture. They dove again. The second drop provided clarity, a central boulevard framed by archways, with symbols carved into stone pavers, some glowing faintly in a way no marine phosphorescence explained. These symbols changed position between frames, not all at once, just one or two, as if the city were editing itself for its observer. Mercier ordered a halt. He wanted to return with a full crew, with divers. But that night, the ocean proved it had no patience for plans. At 2:42 a.m., the entire vessel tilted, not from wave, not from engine, but as though its keel had been caught on something that rose from below. Lights beneath the ship flickered to life, hundreds of meters below the surface, forming a massive ring, a circumference too perfect for geology. The ship's barometers flatlined, compasses spun, and from the deep came a noise that didn't pass through air or hull, but memory. Every crew member later described it differently: a chorus, a language, a warning. But all agreed on one feeling: homesickness. For a place they'd never known. Then a shape surfaced, not a structure, but a contour. For a heartbeat, a dome breached the waves, water slowing off its surface like a surfacing whale. In that moment, each man saw something different atop it: a statue, a staircase, a tower, a pulpit. The ocean offered no confirmation, only reflection, and then it vanished. Instantly, not sunk, reabsorbed. The sea calmed. The ship stabilized. The glow below faded as though it had never been. But on every metal surface of the vessel, from pipes to portholes, impressions remained, etched outlines of structures never touched. Windows, gates, a single emblem carved across the galley table that no one had scratched, a key within an open eye. Mercier destroyed his notes. But months later, fragments of his log were found tucked inside a reference book on seismic anomalies. The final page bore no date, only a sentence scratched so hard the paper tore: "They do not rise. We are sinking to meet them." Since then, that section of the South Atlantic has hosted spontaneous sonar dropouts, complete sensory silence lasting precisely 11 minutes and 38 seconds each time, always the same, always followed by a single sonar ping that does not echo, but replies. And somewhere, beneath that precise slice of sea, something breathes not through water, but through architecture, shifting in rhythms older than language. Not a ruin, not a myth, a city rehearsing its return. Spring of 1946 brought with it the dying tremors of war. But for the Atlantic merchant convoy 4KX, operating off the Canary Current, peace did not mean safety. On the morning of March 2nd, just after sunrise, the crew of the MV Halworth reported the appearance of a drifting ship on the eastern horizon. Motionless, silent and unmarked, it bore no flag, no signal, no name. Its hull was dull grey, without registration numbers, and showed no evidence of rust or weathering. Yet it sat low in the water, heavily burdened, though no movement or life stirred on its decks. Approaching cautiously, the Halworth issued repeated hails, receiving no reply. The closer they came, the more things became unsettling. Windows, those visible, appeared painted over in matte black. Doors stood ajar, but did not sway with the wind, and most strange of all, the ship did not shift with the waves. The water moved around it, as though it displaced not liquid, but space. The captain ordered a boarding party. 5 sailors crossed in a small motorboat, tethered by line. When they stepped onto the silent ship's deck, their voices could still be heard by the crew aboard the Halworth at first. Then abruptly, the voices stopped mid-sentence, not muffled, not faded, simply gone. Radio contact failed simultaneously, but the line remained taut. The crew waited for 10 minutes, then 20. At the 30-minute mark, the motorboat returned, empty, tether cut, no one aboard, no trace of struggle, just 5 life jackets neatly folded in the bow. One bore a name stitched into the collar, F. Maudsley, one of the boarding crew, but the stitchwork was not the same thread used in Royal Navy issue. It looked aged, handmade. A debate erupted, whether to abandon the ship or mount a second boarding. The ocean decided for them. Within seconds, the stranger ship shuddered, not from engine or impact, but like a thing waking beneath crusted skin. Its deck seemed to flex subtly, like a breath drawn inward. Then, impossibly, the water around it began to rise, not from tide or storm, but from beneath. The Halworth scrambled to retreat. Just as their engines roared to life, the unnamed ship tilted, bow first, and began to sink. But it didn't submerge like a vessel taking on water. It folded. First the deck, then the masts, then the bulkhead, all collapsed downward into a flat plane, like paper consumed by fireless heat. In less than 2 minutes, the entire form had vanished beneath the waves. No bubbles, no oil slick, no debris, just the faint scent of iron, and a strange silence that made the crew's ears ache. The official report was redacted. The Halworth was reassigned to coastal duty and decommissioned 2 years later. But the story lived on. For years afterward, sailors across the mid-Atlantic reported sightings of a vessel matching the description, always drifting, always unmarked, always unmoving. Those who approached said the same thing. It watched without watching. Sonar refused to return readings. Compasses spun, and twice, entire ships altered course unprompted, later discovering they had somehow circled the object for hours without realizing it. The ship never broadcast a signal, never appeared on radar, and yet, every time it was seen, logs noted a peculiar sound just before contact, like someone scraping a name off a tombstone, slowly, deliberately, until only the stone remained. To this day, oceanographers refer to these reports as Class 0 hulls, vessels with no registry, no weight, no wake, and no history. And among mariners, one rule remains unbroken. If a ship does not carry a name, it is not meant to carry you. During a calm August morning in 1946, the SS Ronnel, a French coastal steamer, was rounding the northern approaches of Cape Verde, when its second mate spotted something on the horizon. Something bobbing, alone, far from any known shipping lane. It was a lifeboat. Wooden, old-fashioned, built in a style not used since the turn of the century, and yet pristine. Its varnish shimmered in the sun. Its white paint bore no barnacle, no scrape. But what stunned the crew into silence was this. It bore the emblem of the HMS Wicklow. The Wicklow had disappeared in 1904. Believed lost to a storm in the Indian Ocean. It was never found, and its lifeboats were thought to have gone with it, certainly not anywhere near the Cape Verde Islands, which lay thousands of nautical miles from its last known position. The crew hauled the lifeboat aboard. No one sat inside, but beneath the benches, wrapped in oilcloth, lay an officer's logbook, and inside, neatly written in iron gall ink, was a final entry dated August 12, 1904, the same date the Ronnel had encountered the boat, exactly 42 years later, to the day. The entry did not describe sinking, it described abandonment. The Wicklow, according to the passage, had encountered an inversion swell, a term that does not exist in maritime vocabulary. The sea, the officer wrote, had stopped obeying direction and began retracting itself, rising upward, not as a wave, but as a flat plane, pulling the ship toward the roof of the water. One by one, lifeboats were lowered, not into the sea, but into what the officer called the seam. He did not clarify what that meant. The final words in the log read, "We go downward by going up. The sea is folded here." Beneath the logbook was something worse, a photograph. Impossible. The image faded, brittle, with corners browned by salt, showed a view from a porthole. Outside the window was not sky, not ocean. It was another ship, hanging upside down, its barnacles growing upward, its flags limp in reverse. Between the two hulls, a ripple of light bent like a fisheye lens, curving at the edges. That photograph was dated in pencil, 1904. The crew of the Ronelle turned the lifeboat over to the naval port in Dakar, but within days the boat vanished from records. The logbook was deemed a forgery, the photo declared chemically tampered, yet multiple crewmen testified under oath that they handled both. One, the ship's cook, quit the sea entirely, claiming that since the day they hauled the lifeboat aboard, he had suffered persistent dreams of climbing a rope ladder that led not up, but inward, toward a light that did not illuminate, but confined. Months later, another report surfaced. A British fishing trawler, the Skelby Ann, spotted a lifeboat near the Azores. Same model, same paint, same emblem, HMS Wicklow. But this time the boat was burning, not on fire, glowing from within, like it held heat in its planks. And when they approached, the sea cooled. Radios failed. Crewmen began bleeding from their gums without reason. They turned back. To this day, sightings of the Wicklow's lifeboats continue, always empty, always appearing on the same day, each August, always farther from where they should be. And the most unnerving detail, they float upright, even in churning waters, never tipping, never taking on water, as if whatever they carried, or still carry, isn't done, leaving. No one knows where the rest of the Wicklow is, but the sea returns its teeth slowly, and some are still white. Late in October of 1946, the SS Bravistoke, a Canadian cargo hauler, en route from Recife to Liverpool, sent out a confused distress signal, not panicked, not broken, just puzzled. The radio operator stated that all attempts to determine course direction had failed. Celestial navigation gave no stars, compasses gave no bearing. Sextants returned measurements that implied the sun had reversed position within the same quadrant of sky. The voice on the radio repeated the same line, over and over. There's no forward, there's no backward, the water doesn't move. When a patrol cutter, the HMS Seraphine, reached the Bravistoke's last coordinates, they found it exactly where the call had come from, floating calmly in windless flat seas, but its engines were running at full throttle, screaming, and the ship, despite the roar, did not move. No wake, no churn, just metal shaking against resistance that didn't exist. They hailed it, no answer. Approaching by launch, the boarding crew arrived to find the decks deserted, no blood, no signs of struggle, no water damage, just absence. Personal belongings were gone, save for the galley, where one plate still steamed with unspoiled food, a knife rested mid-butter, and beside it, a folded square of paper. It read, "We stepped outside of the sea." The ship's instruments told a different story. Barometers were unreadable. Radios hissed white, and then fell silent. Magnetic compasses pointed inwards, toward the center of the ship itself. The lifeboats were still secured, but every line had been cut from the inside, and in the engine room, they found something that no report ever explained publicly. The floor beneath the main turbine was dry, but not rusted, warped, not dented, peeled, like something had pressed upward, from inside the steel, not as an explosion, but as a gentle inversion, a print, almost, a relief. The shape, a grid of squares like a ship's deck, but reversed. mirror-aligned to the floor above. The boarding crew remained only an hour. 2 of the men refused to go below deck a second time. One claimed the angles of the walls had changed. Another said he heard bootsteps from overhead, even though no one else had gone topside. The Bravistoke was towed in silence, but as soon as the cables were secured, the cutter's engines died. The ocean for 2 nautical miles in every direction became unnaturally calm, not glassy, but dead, like oil. Radar returns failed, and then, at 2:13 a.m., without warning, the Bravistoke groaned, not from metal fatigue, from release. A sound like thousands of nails being pulled from ancient wood echoed through the hull, and in an instant, the Bravistoke shifted, not sank, but tilted sideways into the sea, like it had remembered gravity differently. It disappeared in 43 seconds. Not a ripple remained, except the launch, which had been tied alongside the Bravistoke's rail. It reappeared 70 miles off course, discovered a day later by a freighter. Inside was a single man, shoeless, half-blind from light exposure, whispering in a flat voice, "You can only see the deck when it knows you have nowhere left to walk." When the logs from the HMS Seraphine were returned to headquarters, pages describing the Bravistoke were missing, entire sections ripped clean, but the galley photo taken of the uneaten meal remained in a private collection. On the table, just beside the untouched bread, is a shadow. It belongs to no person, no object, but falls across the table against the light. No sun, no lamp, just an angle that didn't match any geometry of the ship. To this day, navigators speak in hushed tones of zero-vector zones, where the sea allows presence but not direction, a surface that accepts you until it doesn't, and in those places, even the horizon forgets how to leave. Winter of 1947 brought with it a flurry of maritime anomalies, storms that reversed in their spiral, shipping routes warped by phantom tides, and logbooks overwritten in unfamiliar handwriting. But among these curiosities, none disturbed Allied naval intelligence more than the report from the RMS Caledonia, a merchant ship that encountered something adrift south of the Azores. No distress flare, no radio signal, just a faint blip on radar that remained equidistant no matter their angle of approach, until, quite suddenly, it didn't. At precisely 4:19 hours, the blip surged forward, no acceleration, no wake, just sudden proximity. A vessel loomed alongside, identical in length and height to the Caledonia, though without markings, color, or sound. Not a derelict, not a war ghost, something new, something blind. The 2 ships floated parallel, in windless silence. Then, with hesitant dread, a boarding crew was dispatched. They found a gangway already extended. It shouldn't have been possible. There were no visible crew, no lights, and yet the metallic ramp sat perfectly aligned, as if extended minutes before arrival. Boarders stepped across, and from the first footfall, something felt wrong. The deck beneath them was smooth, too smooth, without grit or corrosion. Welds were seamless, every hatch identical, every rivet a perfect copy. Doors led not to corridors, but to rooms, square, windowless chambers, each with a single item, a chair, a desk, a folded piece of clothing, or in one case, a still smoking pipe, on an otherwise untouched table. There were no connecting hallways. Every door led only to another room, each isolated, but identical in dimension, like an architectural loop unfolding itself. One sailor found his own name etched faintly on a steel locker inside one chamber. Inside the locker, a uniform in his size, dated 4 years ahead. Another swore the picture pinned above a cot was of his younger brother, though the photo was decades too old to be accurate. They tried retracing their steps. Doors refused to open the way they came. Rooms recycled. Familiar objects became slightly altered on re-entry. A hat moved 3 inches, a chair reversed, a light flickered in a different frequency. The men marked the walls with grease pencil. Marks vanished. Time collapsed. The 5-man team returned to the Caledonia, after what they believed was 2 hours. Ship logs showed 19 minutes. They were missing fingernails. Skin on their hands had paled, as if blood had receded. One man would not speak. Another said only, "It learns rooms before it learns people." After reboarding, all attempts to locate the mystery ship failed. Radar picked up nothing. Visual contact was lost, but something had followed. Over the next week, the Caledonia began experiencing structural inconsistencies. Hatches appeared where none existed on the original manifest. One sailor reported entering the bathroom and emerging into a cold, unlit space where no floor met his feet. He was found huddled in the engine compartment, naked, mumbling about the wrong version of the room. By the time they reached port, 3 of the 5 boarding members had resigned. One disappeared before being questioned. His quarters were sealed. What they found inside horrified the inspectors. An entire room that hadn't existed before. Identical dimensions to the strange ship's chambers. And in the center, a cot. On the cot, a folded uniform. On the desk, a pipe, still smoking. Though no one aboard smoked, no metal could be salvaged from the chamber. Tools snapped, magnets reversed polarity, cameras refused to record. Eventually, the room collapsed inward, clean, silent, airless. Where it once stood, only a faint ring of rust remained. No vessel has since dared investigate ships with no upper deck and too many doors, because in certain corners of the sea, the ships do not float toward you. They assemble you, and room by room, memory by memory, they make space for what you were never meant to leave behind. In the early spring of 1947, a Soviet hydroacoustic research vessel, the Litia Krug, embarked on a routine data-gathering mission near the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench. The intention was simple: to monitor underwater pressure systems and time the oscillation of thermal gradients for the study of post-war Pacific tide shifts. But 3 days into the voyage, something went wrong, not catastrophically, not violently, just subtly, and then all at once. The water had changed direction, not the surface, which remained calm, but the lower layers of the trench, where thermoclines typically shifted eastward in predictable intervals, began reversing themselves every 6 hours, then every 4. The sonar began returning backward pulses, not echoes, but emissions received before the pings were sent. Clocks aboard the vessel began to skip, not rapidly, not erratically, but intentionally, skipping the same 12 seconds each hour. And then came the object. It rose slowly from the trench, shaped not like a fish or wreck or whale, but like a spire. No propulsion, no plume, no body to speak of. Just a pointed form, taller than the ship itself, made entirely of coral, except coral doesn't grow at that depth, and it doesn't form such symmetry. Cameras sent down revealed the spire's surface to be etched in spiraling grooves. But it wasn't until one diver viewed the feed live that they realized something worse. The spirals weren't decorative, they were numbers, dates. Every spiral was a calendar, etched in coral growth, formed through strata, each dated years into the future. One spiral ended in 1958, another in 2001. One, disturbingly, stopped at 1947, the current year. At its center, a blank spot remained, as if waiting to be completed. Attempts to approach the spire failed. Any submersible sent near would begin to receive reverse currents, not water flowing the wrong way, but pressure pushing time backward, moss decayed in reverse, sediment unlayered as if scrubbed. The ship's chief hydrographer attempted to take a core sample. When the drill made contact, the crew reported hearing music, low bell-like tones from beneath the sea, with rhythms that matched the clock skips. The drill broke, but the noise persisted for 3 days. The ocean, they wrote, had learned a song made of intervals, not notes. On the 4th day, everything stopped. The sea fell still, and the trench, once mapped to exact coordinates, measured nearly 9 kilometers deeper than before. Not collapsed, not torn open, just revealed. The Litia Krug turned back immediately, but their data drives were corrupted, not erased, but overwritten with mirror versions of the same logs. The entire voyage repeated, but with slight alterations in phrasing, direction, even weather patterns. Some of the audio logs recorded conversations between crew members before they were spoken, and then, at port, the navigational log from the voyage's return, documenting a 12-day journey, was found written in the handwriting of the ship's previous captain. He had died in 1935. The spiral spire was never relocated. Satellite imaging shows no trace. But every few years, hydroacoustic buoys in the region pick up 12 seconds of silence. Always 12, and then a single reverse chime. As if the sea had looped back to a moment it remembered better than we ever could. Where the future isn't coming, it's already leaving. As May of 1947 wore on, the Pacific seemed to draw strange new breath. Warm one day, gelatinous the next, churning under clear skies with no wind to push it. Somewhere between the Hawaiian archipelago and the Line Islands, the Japanese weather vessel, Kinetsu Maru, encountered what was first believed to be a simple drift patch of fog. It held no lightning, bore no roar, just a column of vapor resting upon calm water, 20 meters high, cylindrical in shape, unnervingly still. But what made the crew stop engines and hesitate wasn't the fog structure, it was the sound. From inside the column, through dense layers of mist, came a slow, wet clicking, not mechanical, not animal. It pulsed at intervals of 16 seconds, followed by what sounded like distant human speech, not screaming, not singing, counting. The Kinetsu Maru circled at a distance of 2 nautical miles. Their equipment registered nothing, no heat differential, no wind speed variance, no electromagnetic fields. One man claimed to hear a female voice whispering numbers backwards in perfect Mandarin. Another said he heard his own name, though no one else aboard spoke to him at the time. Curiosity overcame caution. The captain, already ill at ease from a failed barometric calibration earlier that morning, ordered a small dinghy to be lowered with a tethered line. 2 volunteers rowed in, radios strapped to their chests, with instructions to remain in visual range and not enter the fog itself. As they neared the base of the mist, instruments on the Kinetsu Maru went haywire. Radios began picking up signals across multiple languages simultaneously. Russian, Farsi, Portuguese, overlapping and weaving, all speaking one thing: time measurements. Then the fog moved, not with the wind, but with awareness, drifting slowly toward the dinghy, yet never changing shape. The volunteers turned back, visibly panicked, but not fast enough. The fog reached them and swallowed them whole. Radios went silent. The crew hauled the tethered line back. Only the boat returned, not damaged, not capsized, just soaked in ink, as if submerged in a vat of liquid script. Every wooden surface bore faint imprints of text, nothing legible, nothing constant, like the language of the sea trying to write itself down, only to erase each line as soon as it formed. An investigation team later scraped a sample of the fog-wet residue. Under microscope, it revealed microscopic spirals, not organisms, not sediment, patterns. Each spiral was a perfect Fibonacci ratio, etched into salt crystals with unknown origin, and embedded in the lifeboat's rope. A single bone button, dated by analysis to 1782, French origin. No one aboard the Kinetsu Maru had such an item. No one had touched a rope with that material, but the initials carved into the button's back matched those of a sailor from the La Perdrix, a warship lost off Mauritius 165 years prior. Worse still, the fog never dissipated. Once ill, the fog never dissipated. It remains there, to this day, in that same patch of water, unchanging, unaging, unmapped. Ships that pass through it return changed, if they return at all, and those who enter speak of lighthouses with no land, of bells that ring at the same second each year, and of wet stone walls beneath the waves, covered in numbers that breathe. One cryptographer, who studied the incident, stated only this before resigning: "That wasn't fog. That was a conversation waiting to finish, and it still waits," in a voice older than language, counting not forward, but inward. Mid-June of 1947, the Norwegian research trawler Vinterlis charted a region of ocean west of Jan Mayen, where tectonic boundaries gave rise to strange bathymetric ridges and submerged rifts. What drew the expedition was not geology, but rumor. Earlier that year, a Soviet spy vessel had vanished in this sector without debris or signal, and a civilian aircraft reported an impossible reflection: a body of still water within the churning sea, a disk of glass nested within the waves. The Vinterlies found it. 15 nautical miles in diameter. The anomaly appeared on a calm morning. The sky mirrored itself so precisely in the sea that the horizon vanished. Waves surrounded the perimeter like a whirlpool, paused mid-motion. Inside this circle, utter stillness. Not oil slick, not ice, but absolute calm. So calm it seemed thicker than water. Buoys sent into the center didn't float. They hovered, suspended just beneath the surface, refusing to rise or sink. And the water, warm, not tropical, not volcanic, but blood-warm. Touching it made the skin itch, not with burn or chill, but recognition, as if it knew the body that touched it, and remembered. They called it the Mirror Lake. Divers refused to enter. One hydrograph suggested it might be a standing wave phenomenon, but no one could explain what happened next. At precisely 11:47 a.m., sonar began returning images of land, beneath the lake, under the ocean, cliffs, valleys, something resembling a temple colonnade. But each time the sonar pinged, the land shifted location, never erasing, only repositioning, as if unsure where it had always been. A probe was lowered. 70 meters in, the cable tightened, not snagged, but gripped. Tension fluctuated, like a breathing chest. Then it was released. Hauled up, the probe returned intact, yet changed. The metal casing was now pitted, aged by centuries of corrosion, and fused to its side was a coin, wedged between bolts, unmarked, smooth. Later analysis revealed that it was composed of elements not used in modern minting, and aged at least 300 years. Only one sailor volunteered to dive. He wore a tether, double-wrapped, with surface monitors watching oxygen, pulse, depth. At 12:12 p.m., he descended. At 12:13, the feed cut to static. At 12:16, the line went limp, and then at 12:19, the monitor spiked, not with vitals, but with signal. A transmission not broadcast from the diver's gear, but from the lake itself. A sequence of tones. 5 seconds of silence. A voice garbled, soaked in static, repeating, "Do not leave the door open." Then nothing. The diver surfaced a full hour later, but not alone. The suit was empty, zipper closed, no breach, no tear, just absence, as if something had slipped out. Worse, on the boat's hull, on the interior of the diver's helmet, and scratched onto the anchor chain, was a single symbol, an open circle, split once, vertically. The Vinterlies turned back immediately, but the water followed. Days later, the crew reported rainfall with no clouds, the sound of boots on metal when no one walked, and salt crystallizing on the inside of sealed containers. They docked, they burned the suit, but the radar still remembers. That patch of sea continues to return false positives of land, not land that is there, land that was once remembered. And in the official logbook of the Vinterlies, a handwritten note, unclaimed by any crew, remains scratched on the final page. It was not a lake, it was a surface left behind when something larger moved on. On a heavy clouded morning in late July, 1947, the Dutch cargo ship Tescheling Wolf was making its return voyage across the Labrador Sea, carrying nothing but empty freight containers and a restless crew, half stirred by days of eerie calm. The sea, as reported by the first mate, was wrongly familiar. Each wave broke with rhythm, not chaos, and the gulls kept distance, as if they too recognized something in the water they would not cross. Around 4:06 a.m., the helmsman spotted a ripple on the horizon, thin, precise, arcing like the signature left behind by a swift vessel. Only there was no ship in sight, just the sharp, definite trace of movement, as if something enormous had passed moments before, yet left no hull, no shape, no destination. Only the memory of motion itself. Orders were given to reduce speed and observe, yet even as the engines quieted, the wake drew nearer, not dispersing, not merging into the ocean's texture, but retaining its crisp form, threading across the sea, like a line on old vellum. Then came the revelation that unsettled even the most seasoned sailors aboard. The ripple was not coming toward them, it was already behind them, advancing forward along their path in reverse, tracing their own journey backward with exact precision. Every turn they had taken, every drift, every correction, a mirrored version of their course, unspooling beneath them, like time rethreading its own spool. And then came the deeper strangeness. The crew noticed that reflections on the water's surface, stars, clouds, even the moon, were misaligned by seconds, shimmering into position after they looked. One seaman claimed that when he dropped his flashlight, he saw its reflection hit the water before the object left his hand. Another, upon peering over the stern, saw the ship's own wake forming ahead of them, not behind, carving itself like a quill stroke in still ink. The officers reviewed navigational records and discovered that their logbooks were subtly rewriting themselves, not ink fading or bleeding, whole entries changing wording, ship headings reversing from northeast to southwest, dates returning to previous days. The captain's hand-drawn map, initially scrawled with rough weather marks and notations, now bore symbols no one recalled drawing, concentric spirals overlaid on key coordinates, and a date circled in red, September 3rd, 1791. Nobody on board knew the significance, but that night, as cloud cover thickened and timepieces lagged, and then lurched ahead, the ship's radio operator picked up a single analog transmission, static churning through a narrowband frequency, followed by the unmistakable crackle of Morse code. The message repeated 3 times. Wolf, departed St. Malo. Heavy fog, course reversal imminent. St. Malo, a French port abandoned for wartime operations in the mid-1940s, but in 1791, it was home to an exploratory mission, whose records went missing. Among the ship manifests from that year, a single entry stood out, a vessel named the Wolf, recorded as lost with all hands, presumed sunk north of Newfoundland. Its last known message described the sea drawing itself in reverse, like a pen unwriting wind. The Terschelling Wolf changed course immediately, engines at full, the wake followed. Even as the ship turned east, then sharply south, the line of ripple rotated along with them, not as if bound to their direction, but to their fate, unspooling itself like a tethered leash drawn tight from the future to the past. And as dawn broke, the sea calmed, the wake vanished. But on the final morning log, above the captain's signature, was a brief entry none aboard remembered writing, written in tight, slanted ink. You followed your reflection too far, now the ocean remembers you as the original. Today the route where the Terschelling Wolf sailed remains active for freight. Yet ships passing through report occasional compass drift, sonar feedback that includes ghosted echoes of ships on identical headings, and once a year, on the anniversary of the lost Wolf, a wake appears on radar, drawing toward them from the future. It leaves no wreckage, but always ends where their journey began. In September of 1947, beneath an overcast sky laced with brittle sunlight, the Portuguese naval vessel Alferes Cortes was stationed off the coast of Western Africa to investigate anomalous depth readings relayed by a reconnaissance buoy. A week prior, a merchant crew had described something impossible, a ship rising from the surface not vertically, but as if skinned across the top of the sea, its entire length emerging from the horizon, in one long continuous slide, like a vessel being drawn in from an unseen shore. The Cortes found no such ship, but they did find something else. Floating dead center in the quadrant was a wooden sailing vessel, appearing to date from the 1700s, remarkably intact, its sails furled, hull unscarred. But no flag, no designation, no scrawled name. Its boards were dry despite open exposure. No barnacles, no algae. It wasn't just untouched by time, it seemed untouched by context, like it had been conjured into place by the memory of an ocean that never actually carried it. Initial boarding revealed an interior that didn't match the outer structure. Below deck, beams were modern steel. The storage rooms, bizarrely, contained sealed crates of canned food that didn't exist in the 18th century, Portuguese brands from the 1930s, and tucked behind a bulkhead was a polished brass sextant, etched with a name, Franz de Ploy. That name, when later traced, matched a French meteorologist who had vanished overland in Argentina in 1939, and whose body was never found. None of it made sense. They searched every corner of the vessel. No human remains, no rot, just layers of object conflict, errors stacked like strata in a ship that had never been built, yet very clearly stood before them. Then the shift began. At 2:14 p.m., barometers aboard the Cortez recorded a sudden drop in pressure, but only in the ship's interior compartments. Instruments above deck read normally. Wind patterns remained calm, yet those below began to experience heavy nausea, claiming the sensation of moving backward, not physically, but temporally. Some reported that the wood grain on the floors appeared to retrace itself, rings shrinking. One man reached out to touch a porthole, only to watch his reflection age backward, grey hair darkening, wrinkles smoothing, his expression locking into something unfamiliar. The boarding crew evacuated, but one officer, an ensign by the name of Teixeira, stayed behind. He claimed he could hear voices in the ship's walls, slow, echoing in a pattern that resembled Morse, but when recorded and played back, translated into something stranger, shipping coordinates from different centuries, dates, destinations, places that did not appear on contemporary maps. One name kept returning in those messages: the Marrow Ocean. He wasn't found when the Cortez returned 2 hours later. The mysterious ship was gone, not drifted, not scuttled, gone. Not a ripple disturbed the water. The boarding plank was left behind, still affixed to the Cortez, and where it had touched the ghost ship, the wood had been changed. A precise segment, 10 feet long, had been altered molecularly, the grain reversed, etched with tiny perfectly straight grooves along its length, too symmetrical to be natural, too subtle to notice at first glance. Today, that plank rests in a Lisbon naval archive, sealed behind reinforced glass. Visitors who view it often remark that the reflections it casts show a room that's not quite the one they're standing in. When the curator was asked to comment, he simply said, "It shows you where you would have stood if you'd boarded. Whatever sea that ship came from, it wasn't this one, and yet it sailed on waters just like ours, with winds just like ours, carrying names we were never meant to remember." Near the end of 1947, in the dim grey of late October, the Danish observation ship Mikkel Strand was stationed east of Greenland's melting shelf to monitor seasonal calving patterns. The crew, hardened by months of Arctic isolation, had grown used to silence broken only by creaking ice, wind thrum, and the distant hollow booms of glaciers rupturing under their own weight. But on the 28th, something rose from the fog ahead of them, something that was not ice, nor storm, nor even sea. It was a ship, but not one on any registry, nor from any known country. They first glimpsed its mast, piercing the fog in a way that seemed too linear, like a measurement, not a structure. As the form clarified, it revealed itself to be an ice-caked schooner, black wood hull, 3 sails lowered, but still catching no wind. But what paralyzed the Mikkel Strand's crew was not its age or absence of crew. It was the painted name on the side, Mikkel Strand, the same as their own, and below it, in letters worn by decades of salt, 1949, not their ship, but one named identically, a ship from 2 years into their future. Stunned, the captain ordered his crew to hold distance. Binoculars confirmed every feature: same length, same curvature, same emblem of the twin harpoon seals, an emblem the Mikkel Strand hadn't adopted until earlier that year. But the condition of the twin ship was worse: wood blackened, sails torn, ice frozen into its portholes, like fingers reaching inward. Despite being downwind, the fog surrounding it remained entirely still, no drift, no pull, as if the sea itself refused to disturb its edges. Then came the signal. Their own ship's emergency klaxon, a perfect replica of their onboard alarm, rang out from the twin vessel. 6 short bursts, one long, repeating, but no lights, no flare, just sound. When they powered their own alarm in response, the twin ship's klaxon stopped. It was to pulse Tibuturud, Inamikkel still, Intrushead. Then, with stunning speed, the vessel turned, not in rotation, but in inversion. The stern lifted slightly, as though pivoting on a point below the waterline. The sound of ice shearing echoed across the fog, and the ship rotated beneath itself, as if folding down into water that swallowed upward. It didn't sink, it receded, vanishing not into depth, but into sequence, like a tape rewound. Then silence returned. When the crew finally composed themselves, they reviewed logs and compared notes. Their own ship's coordinates at that moment matched a planned waypoint from 1949, a future they had not yet lived. In fact, a navigational course charted a week later by the Strand's pilot, an unshared document, perfectly mirrored the exact path the ghost ship had drifted. And then they found the notebook, discovered lodged in a gear crate, waterlogged and brittle. It was a ship's logbook, dated 1949, 2 years forward. The ink was smudged but legible, written in the captain's own handwriting. It recorded the same voyage, the same crew, the same mission. The final entry read, "We saw ourselves returning, but too late to stop. The water pulled us backward and made us first again. Do not follow our own wake. It isn't ours anymore." Worse still, one of the engineers, who had never spoken of his dream life before, confessed that he'd been dreaming for months about memories he didn't yet have, of repairs on ice fractures they hadn't seen, of crew members with injuries that hadn't occurred, of a storm they had yet to encounter. But every day since seeing the twin ship, those dreams began matching their real log entries, word for word. When the Strand returned to port, the Danish Navy quarantined the vessel, the logbook disappeared, the crew dispersed, and the ship was decommissioned, not for wear, but for reasons never made public. A sailor who served on the follow-up expedition later said the sea in that part of the world didn't reflect the sky properly. It shimmered wrong, like the ocean remembered a different day than the one you were sailing on. And if you drifted too long, your own reflection started to arrive before you did. By November of 1947, strange maritime events had become whispers within naval circles and deep-sea research communities, passed in glances rather than words, etched into the margins of logbooks, and spoken only after the sun set low. One such account emerged from the British research ship Hollow, which had been stationed off the Faroe Islands to collect data on benthic thermoclines and mid-depth salinity oscillations. The Hollow's crew were seasoned academics and sailors alike, bound by protocol and discipline, which made what happened all the more inexplicable and all the more terrifying. On November 17th, at approximately 2:48 a.m., the night shift crew detected a contact on radar, a small vessel approaching fast from the northeast. It bore no ID signature, no lights, no radio signal. Visual confirmation was difficult in the thick marine fog, but through binoculars, the captain spotted a mid-sized cutter, naval, possibly decommissioned, judging by the rust-stained lines down the hull and the shattered antenna mast. The Hollow sent out a standard hail, no response. Hollow sent out a standard hail, no response. But then something impossible occurred. They received a response from their own ship. The signal came not from the bridge, nor from their known radio systems, but from the Hollow itself, as if another Hollow were answering. The voice on the line sounded like their communications officer, but younger, uncertain. It asked, shakily, "Is this the Hollow?" Then silence, and suddenly, the cutter was alongside. Its hull was blackened with soot, windows broken. But more disturbingly, the side of the ship bore faded markings that read, RSV Hollow, a designation that hadn't existed for years, and one that was never recorded in official logs. A boarding team was assembled, albeit with hesitation. The captain insisted it was just a decommissioned vessel bearing the same name, a coincidence. But the boarding crew's first report shattered that illusion entirely. The moment they crossed the railing, they saw their own equipment. Same layout, same navigation console, same bridge insignia. Even the coffee mugs, some bearing names etched in permanent marker, names of the crew currently standing on the real Hollow. And then came the worst part. There were people on board. Or at least there were bodies. 10 in total, sprawled across the galley, engine room and crew quarters. But these weren't corpses that had rotted or decomposed in the usual sense. No, they were mummified, skin tight and grey, lips drawn back, eyes sealed shut, as if preserved in dry air, rather than seawater. Each was dressed in the Hollow uniform. Each had ID tags that matched living members of the current crew. One engineer stared into the face of his own duplicate, a mirror of himself, down to the scar above his eyebrow, frozen in death, beside a toolset laid out precisely as he'd arranged his earlier that day. The boarding crew panicked. They dragged one of the bodies back for confirmation. DNA swabs, dental records, everything matched. But there was no explanation, no missing persons reports, no prior disappearance, and no duplicate ship ever filed or cited before. Then came the discovery of the ship's logbook. Not one written by an alternate crew. It was their logbook. Same cover, same scuffs, same coffee stain on page 17. But the entries continued 3 weeks beyond the current date, recounting events that hadn't happened yet. A sudden storm, a broken engine valve, a man lost overboard. The exact scenarios later did occur, one by one, over the following 20 days, down to the hour. The ship was towed back toward shore, but somewhere off the Scottish coast, it vanished. Not capsized, not sunk. It simply wasn't there at dawn. The tow line trailed into empty sea. The Eld Hollow's logbook turned blank, and the preserved body of the engineer, locked in cold storage, melted, not from heat, but as if the tissue had never fully existed in this timeline. It turned to brine. No bone, no sinew. To this day, the crew refused to speak of what they saw. Most of them never sailed again. The ship's captain retired 6 months later, muttering to himself about corridors between vessels and names that echo too far. One surviving officer sent a letter to an Oxford physicist, containing only one line: "Our ship existed more than once. The sea let us meet the version that didn't return. What remains of that meeting is silence, and a deck log that, somewhere out there, might still be writing itself." Toward the final days of December 1947, a US Navy convoy crossing the North Pacific encountered something that would never be spoken of in their official logs, but which would circulate for decades in whispers among navigators, marine salvage officers, and those rare hydrographers who dared study disappearances not with skepticism, but with maps redrawn in salt and time. The lead destroyer, USS Garland, picked up an anomaly on sonar near the Mariana Trench, a dense, unmoving object, no larger than a dinghy, but resting in open waters where no debris should have drifted. Expecting wreckage, perhaps a raft from a lost freighter, the Garland slowed, drawing closer through a fog so light it seemed to hover above the sea, rather than rise from it. What they found was a lifeboat, drifting without oars, battered yet afloat, constructed in a style out of date, even in the 1930s. It bore no flag, no ship name, no insignia. But the hull was marked with 23 small etched notches, evenly spaced, as though counted one by one, carved with care. The crew of the Garland brought it aboard, and inside they discovered a single crate, lashed to the center of the floor with corroded wire. No other supplies, no sails, no emergency rations. The crate bore a plate on one side, burnished bronze, inscribed in multiple languages. In English, it read, "This vessel belongs to those whose names were unspoken. Its cargo is memory. Do not open unless lost." They opened it anyway. Inside were pages, dozens, maybe hundreds, bound in oilskin, lists of names, each page in a different handwriting, some faded to near illegibility, others fresh as though written the same morning. Every page was signed at the bottom in a similar fashion, the symbol of an open eye, and beneath it, the phrase "manifest of the remaining." Initially believed to be a simple list of the dead, the names meant nothing to the Garland's officers, no connection to any known shipwreck, no identifiers, no ranks, until, one by one, the crew began to notice something impossible. Some of the names were their own. First initials, then full names, then dates, birth dates, matching exactly. A medic found the name of his twin brother, who had died at sea 10 years prior. A cook discovered his grandfather's full name and date of death, though he'd never known the man. One seaman reportedly fainted upon reading a page listing an unborn child. His partner was 7 months pregnant, but they hadn't chosen a name yet. The one written there was the name she would later suggest. They tried to contact command. Radios failed. The sea grew strangely still. Then the crate began to sweat, not moisture. Ink, dark bluish liquid seeped from the pages, pooling inside the box as though the names themselves were bleeding into the wood. The Garland's captain ordered the pages sealed. the crate thrown back into the sea. But when the crew approached the railing, they saw another lifeboat, identical, bobbing in the water just off the port side. Same notches, same crate, as if it had returned, or never left. They burned the papers, sealed the crate in a lead locker. But by morning every name was gone, not just the list, every memory. The cook forgot his grandfather. The seaman no longer remembered his unborn child. A petty officer, whose name had appeared 4 times in the manifest, was found in his bunk, completely catatonic, whispering in a dialect no one recognized. Medical officers recorded that he had no pulse for over 2 minutes, yet returned to awareness with no recollection of being unconscious. After docking weeks later in Pearl Harbor, the lifeboat was gone from the deck. The lead locker remained, but inside, the crate had split into planks, warped with seawater, and the metal seal had been etched with new text, faint but legible. Not everyone who dies at sea is remembered, but every name forgotten must be carried somewhere. To this day, sailors on solo journeys report lifeboats drifting in dead currents, empty, unmoored, always carved with notches, always silent. Some approach, most do not, but the ones who climb aboard, they return changed. Some speak languages from before the ice, others write names not their own in sleep, and a few leave behind journals with lists that end mid-sentence, just as their names begin to fade. Because the sea does not lose what it carries, it simply waits. In January of 1948, during a routine oceanographic survey in the South Pacific's unnamed basins, the Chilean vessel, Reina Sul, deployed a deep-sounding line in waters believed to be no more than 5,000 meters deep. Their objective was simple: measure and record the trench's bathymetric curves using manual-sounding wire, a method antiquated but valued for its mechanical simplicity in regions where magnetic anomalies confuse sonar. Weighted line, pulley, and ink counter. They lowered it, and kept lowering. The reel passed 6,000 meters, then 7,000, then 9,000. No tension, no bottom. The crew grew uneasy, whispering that the line was no longer measuring depth, but being drawn downward by something that hungered for measurement, something that wanted to know how far it had been forgotten. At 10,500 meters, the line slowed, then held. They had reached bottom, or so they thought. When they began to reel it in, resistance fought them, but not like sediment or rock. It was pulsing, like dragging rope through a slow heartbeat. The line jerked once, then fell slack. When it surfaced, the lead weight was gone. In its place, fused to the final meter, was a thin layer of calcified material, honeycombed like bone, but unnaturally symmetrical, like vertebrae molded into a tool. A crewman noted a bizarre detail. Tiny holes in the pattern had clustered in a repeating sequence. 12 marks, then a pause, then 12 again. They resembled numerical notation, but not in any modern system. A linguist aboard, formerly a monk trained in dead liturgical scripts, examined the marks and concluded, after hours of comparison, that they weren't numbers at all. They were questions. Each cluster, he claimed, was a mathematical inquiry. A question posed not in language, but in structure, geometry as grammar, depth as dialect. But if the sea had asked a question, what had answered? That night, the Reina Sul's clocks froze for 17 minutes. No motion, no passage, just a gap. And in that gap, the crew experienced something, not sleep, not dreaming, but a pause, a sensation as though the ship had been removed from time, assessed, and placed carefully back. Instruments returned to normal, except one. Their bathymetric log, a simple analog punch tape, now recorded a final entry. Depth, 11,938 meters. Status, incomplete bottom, not yet. Those words had never been programmed into the device. They abandoned the site and sailed east without another cast. Weeks later, when oceanographers attempted to relocate the depth anomaly using updated sonar, they found no trench, no chasm, only flat seafloor. But sonar returned odd feedback, echoes of ship hulls, layered faintly atop one another, at least 5, according to the return signatures, resting not on the floor, but in vertical sequence, as if suspended beneath each other in impossible positions. No wrecks matched those shapes, No records confirmed those vessels, but the ocean had measured them, and something below had taken their depth. Since then, every year on the same date, a vessel passing those coordinates receives a pulse, an acoustic pressure that doesn't hurt, doesn't shake, but instills a sense of being tallied, a tremor of awareness, as if the ocean were ticking off names it remembered, or preparing to. On one such voyage in 1971, a captain recorded the following phrase in his log, before refusing to ever sail again. "We took soundings, but we were not the first to count. We were only the first to be counted back." In February 1948, less than a month after the Reina Sul returned to port, bearing tales of impossible depth, a private French hydrographic mission, funded not by government, but by a cryptic institute known only in records as Écoute Bissail, set sail aboard a converted minesweeper named Le Représailles. Their destination was uncharted waters west of the Azores, where, according to weather balloon data from the previous summer, the ocean had responded to atmospheric pressure in patterns inconsistent with known oceanic mass. That is, the sea itself had behaved as if it were thinner in places, less dense, as if portions of it had hollowed in anticipation. They did not bring standard sonar. Instead, they deployed a device of their own making, a directional acoustic emitter paired with tuned receivers, not meant to read terrain, but to listen for difference. They called it the interpreter. On the fifth day, beneath skies so pale they looked bleached by altitude, the interpreter emitted a focused pulse toward a seemingly uniform section of sea. The response came 6 seconds later, not as a clean return echo, but as a distorted version of the original sound, warped into descending pitch, like something sinking, deeper than gravity should allow. Then came the second echo, not from their device, but from elsewhere. A pulse rose up from beneath them, not mimicking their original signal, but replying. The pitch, the pattern, the envelope of its amplitude. It was clearly structured, as if something below had taken their language and decided to respond in its own. The recording, when slowed and spectrographed, revealed something terrifying. The echo contained harmonics in sequences mathematically identical to French human speech, except mirrored across a frequency axis. Put simply, it was speaking backwards, but in a tongue shaped like ours. The linguist aboard, already uneasy, from the silence of this patch of sea, no birds, no dolphins, no plankton blooms, transcribed the harmonic cadence, and produced a translated phrase, "You are not the first shore." What followed wasn't sound, but movement. The ocean began to breathe. That's what the crew called it. Breathing, not with waves, but with rise and fall, so slow and vast, it felt planetary. Pressure shifted inside the ship. Instruments dipped. The interpreter's receivers began collecting a continuous low signal, not noise, but a tone, rising, flattening, descending, looping every 19.4 seconds, with unsettling precision, and within the next loop, a name, not a French one, not Latin, a name composed of 3 syllables, impossible to write phonetically, but which one deckhand, babbling in trance, attempted to speak. His voice snapped halfway through the final syllable, tongue swelling, blood pouring from his nose, as if the sound had unwritten something inside him. The crew panicked. They destroyed the interpreter, cast its fragments overboard, and fled east under engine strain and vomiting illness. But before they reached Lisbon, salt began accumulating inside their ship, not outside. Inside, in bowls, in boots, along hinges. It crystallized into shapes no one could touch without bleeding. Sharp coils, fractal lines, miniature ear-shaped ridges, like the sea was listening from within the bulkheads. One final entry from the captain's private log, scribbled the night before they reached port. "We did not hear it. It heard us hearing it. We sent sound into its body, and it sent thought back. If the sea was once a mouth, it has become now an ear, and it remembers every word." The crew dispersed. Le Représailles was dismantled and sold for scrap. But rumors persist that one panel from the interpreter, marked with concentric spirals of etched corrosion, was salvaged and stored in a Paris archive, sealed to the public. On certain nights, archivists claim, the steel still hums, not as an echo, but as a waiting question. By March of 1948, when naval authorities began noticing inconsistencies between long-established bathymetric maps and newly reported soundings, whispers of a drifting abyss had begun to circulate through certain scientific communities. A pattern emerged. Depth readings in stable trench systems were returning altered measurements, not just deeper or shallower, but displaced, as if the trench itself had moved. One case stood out more than any other. The Kermadec Trench, known to stretch northeast of New Zealand, had suddenly returned anomalous depths, hundreds of nautical miles west of its documented location. The New Zealand hydrographic vessel, Moana Kingi, was dispatched in secrecy to verify the data. Its crew, sworn under a research embargo, was composed of cartographers, marine physicists, and 2 civilian geodetic observers, tasked with mapping undersea fault lines. Their goal: determine whether the trench had fractured and birthed a new chasm. But what they found suggested something stranger. Not creation, not erosion, but relocation. They arrived at coordinates predicted by the anomalies and dropped both sonar buoys and traditional plumb lines. For 40 minutes, they recorded no returns, only silence. Then suddenly, at a depth of 10,880 meters, the signal hit open space, not a wall, not sediment, but a cavity. A void that behaved like a trench, yet lacked the seafloor signature. One geodetic observer, Julian Braith, likened it to a scar not on the planet's surface, but on its memory. Sonar imaging revealed nothing. Even synthetic aperture scans returned noise. Not white static, but swirling fragmented data, as if the ocean refused to describe what was there. Yet every reading from that cavity produced an identical result. It matched the acoustic profile of the actual Kermadec Trench, not similar, identical. The frequency reverberations, the echo delay, even the pressure readings all corresponded down to the meter. It was, by every measurement, the same trench, except it now lay thousands of miles from its geological origin. And then, it moved again. On the second night of their survey, coordinates plotted only 12 hours prior no longer yielded the trench. Instruments recorded nothing but uniform seafloor. However, one of the plumb lines dropped the day before had never been retrieved. When the crew hauled it back, they found it covered in a pale, waxy residue, odorless but dense, clinging to the line in circular patches like rings of old flesh. Lab analysis later determined that the substance had properties consistent with both marine fungus and human skin tissue, yet its cellular structure resembled neither. At 3:41 a.m., seismic detectors on board registered a low-frequency pulse, like the tremor of a deep-sea quake. But no nearby faults had shifted, no pressure waves followed, only the pulse, and with it a radio signal, bleeding into all frequencies simultaneously, repeating a single 5-digit number, 43291. None of the crew could determine its origin or meaning, until one researcher matched the digits to a ship registry dated April 1891, a British Geological Survey schooner lost in the Kermadec region. Its final log recorded the crew's descent into an uncharted drop wider than the Channel of Night, after which no further transmissions were received. As the Moana Kingi prepared to leave, the trench returned, not where it had last been recorded, but beneath them. Without moving their position, the crew suddenly found themselves suspended over a void so deep that even the Earth's gravitational influence began to twist slightly. Barometers shifted, compasses swayed, and one sailor collapsed from vertigo, claiming he could hear the sea remembering a place it no longer was. They fled. Upon return, every logbook containing trench coordinates had shifted. Maps showed contradictory outlines. Ink faded in areas where trench paths had been drawn, replaced with salt crystal etching as though the page itself had been dissolved and rewritten. And one final note remained. Scrawled on the back of a weather chart, no one claimed authorship of "The trench is not a place. It is an absence wearing the shape of one. It does not move because it travels. It travels because it has been remembered somewhere else." Late in March of 1948, as the Moana Kingi's encounter with the shifting trench began to ripple through silent channels and redacted reports, the Soviet research vessel Korolev A 9 initiated its own unsanctioned descent in the Sea of Okhotsk, far north of any known tectonic activity. The mission, hidden beneath the guise of military sonar calibration, was funded by a covert initiative within the Soviet Academy, one obsessed with the detection of what they called unresolved abysses, regions where water depth, temperature, and gravity refused to align. Their logic was terrifyingly simple. If the Earth bends time through gravity, then the sea, when deep enough, might do something else entirely. The Korolev A9 deployed its deep-sea capsule, K-Delta, a reinforced titanium sphere, attached to 9 kilometers of braided cable. Inside were 2 men, biologist Konstantin Rubashov and engineer Lydia Chekova, both selected not just for their scientific expertise, but for their psychological resilience, as prior tests had shown that something about staring too long into non-reflective water triggered hallucinations in most observers. The descent began at 0430 hours. Pressure increased, temperature dropped, and for the first 4,000 meters, everything proceeded according to projection, until the hydrophone array picked up a sound. Not the groan of tectonic flexure, not whale song. This was flat, steady, and toneless, a sine wave so consistent it could have been mistaken for a machine. Rubashov suggested it resembled the electromagnetic signature of early cathode ray tubes, only heard underwater. Chekova, noting the oscillation frequency, recalibrated the receiver and discovered that the tone wasn't holding steady. It was growing more precise with every meter. At 5,800 meters, it sharpened into a steady rhythm, not Morse, not speech, but something older, more akin to the spatial rhythms observed in cardiac pacemakers. The sea was pulsing, and it was getting stronger. By 6,200 meters, Rubashov observed that their depth gauge had ceased to update, despite continued cable deployment, and yet the pressure inside the capsule had plateaued, staying consistent as though they had ceased descending, yet calculations insisted they were still falling. Even stranger, gravity itself appeared to shift. Their physical sensations inverted, what had once been the floor now pressed against their backs. The capsule wasn't turning, but the definition of down was being rewritten around them. Chekova switched the internal lights off to reduce psychological strain, and that's when it appeared, a glow outside the capsule. Not phosphorescent organisms, not bioluminescence, letters, floating symbols in lines, dozens of them, trailing like script on a scroll, written not in light, but in space itself, like water around them had been etched, as if the ocean had taken a memory and pushed it into the physical realm. Rubashov reached out and touched the capsule glass. The symbols responded. They moved, not toward him, but toward each other, collapsing into a single vertical line, and at the moment the final symbol collapsed into the last, pressure inside the capsule disappeared, not reduced, erased. The chamber read 0 kilopascals, as if they were floating in a vacuum. Their voices, when recorded, sounded normal inside, but when played back later, they were absent from the tape entirely, leaving only silence and the slow rhythm of the ocean's pulse. Communication with the Korolev A9 ceased. The winch team began reeling in the capsule. It took nearly 7 hours. When it returned, it was sealed, intact, but empty. No bodies, no clothing, no condensation on the walls, as though it had never been inhabited. However, something had been left inside. A single object, placed neatly in the center of the chamber, a wet stone, cut and polished into a perfect sphere, etched with 2 characters, one Cyrillic, one unknown. The Russian letter was P, for pressure. The unknown symbol, a spiral of 9 turns, measured at exactly 13.113 centimeters in diameter. When scanned, the symbol didn't register as a shape, but as a sound, matching precisely the tone Rubashov had reported. That sound has since been catalogued and sealed in a Soviet archive under a file that translates roughly to tonal depth cognitive harmonic unknowns. In the years that followed, Russian subs that passed near the coordinates, where K-Delta vanished, reported sudden barometric dips, not outside the hull, but within the vessel, where rooms temporarily became weightless. On one occasion, A hallway unbolted from both ends curled upward and dropped 10 meters of water that didn't exist in any tank. And always, afterward, a faint tone followed them, impossible to record, but always remembered. The final note from Korolev A9's mission report was recovered decades later from a sealed envelope. It read, "The ocean does not apply pressure, it only holds it, until something else chooses to let go." April 1948 began with stillness along the Philippine Trench, a deep scar in the Earth's crust, often watched with nervous instruments, but rarely disturbed to a violent degree. That year, however, an anomaly emerged not from tremors or satellite scans, but from a pattern, and patterns, as history proves, never announce themselves kindly when they surface from beneath the sea. Aboard the Japanese survey vessel, Shinsei Maru, a joint expedition of geologists and linguists were charting minor shifts along the trench's walls, when the onboard magnetometer reported a localized field reversal. That shouldn't have been possible. A field reversal is a global phenomenon, not a regional flicker, but the compass needles aboard the Shinsei spun north, then west, then locked onto a point directly beneath the ship. They deployed cameras. What they saw changed everything. Resting at 8,500 meters below sea level, carved directly into the seabed stone, not scratched or eroded, but sculpted, were 5 colossal symbols, each measured over 12 meters in height, perfectly geometrical, arranged in a half-circle like sentinels turned toward an invisible center. None bore resemblance to known scripts, no alphabet, no hieroglyph, no petroglyph, but the linguist on board, a scholar of proto-writing and ancient nautical emblems, whispered only one thing: they're anticipatory, meaning not records of an event, not instructions, but warnings, not in language, but in configuration, glyphs designed to trigger cognitive response. The team transmitted the footage. Within hours, the ship was instructed to leave the area immediately by Japanese defense authorities, citing seismic instability, but it was not an earthquake that came next. It was a message. 4 days later, before the footage could be analyzed in Tokyo, a tremor struck 700 miles away, in a fault zone previously declared inactive. A minor quake, barely magnitude 5.1, but the shockwave triggered a sonar echo across the trench that carried not outward, but inward, bouncing between the glyphs like sound in a cathedral. The Shinsei Maru's hydrophone array, which had not been shut down despite orders, captured this acoustic anomaly and relayed it to an isolated terminal still connected to the ship's log system. The sound, when processed through spectrographic software, translated not into waveforms, but into architecture. The pattern of the signal generated a blueprint, a design, for what no one could tell. The linguist saw the blueprint and broke down sobbing. He claimed it resembled the floor plan of a shrine that had never been built, whose layout he had seen only once in a dream his grandfather had described on his deathbed, a structure meant to contain not worship, but containment. Weeks later, as regional mapping satellites passed over the trench, they detected a new rift, directly between the 5 symbols. It was circular, perfect, unnatural. Seismographs placed along the nearest island chains began to record micro-tremors every 19 hours, exact to the second. When the first full quake struck, it was accompanied by a tone heard nowhere but inside the ears of islanders, an unplaceable, nauseating hum that left no recording behind, only descriptions, like a name being held in the throat of the earth, waiting to be screamed. The symbols are still there, but something has changed. One of them, the leftmost, was found 6 months later to be missing, not eroded, not buried, gone. The seafloor where it once was now bears a faint depression, as if something enormous had stood there briefly, then left. A quiet memo from the Japan Meteorological Agency, later leaked, stated, "These are not messages, they are restraints, and one has been lifted." Later in April 1948, days after the Shinsei Maru's crew fled the glyph-covered trench, another anomaly took hold, thousands of miles away, in a region of the Indian Ocean long believed to be unmappable, due to underwater ridges that disrupted both compass and radar. The French research vessel, Orphée de Minuit, on its 3rd expedition, funded by a cryptographic oceanographic society, known only as Sable's Profonds, had returned to a depression northwest of the Chagos archipelago, where in prior years cartographic data had been corrupted. Maps drawn there often ended with sudden blank patches or topography that shifted upon return visits. This time, the Orphe brought a new tool, a self-drawing bathymetric plotter, capable of interpreting sonar pulses into ink maps in real time without human input. The crew called it Le Peintre, or the painter. It was mechanical, neutral, and incapable of imagination, or so they thought. They launched the instrument above a calm patch of ocean, lowered the sonar dome, and began the sweep. The machine whirred unspooling line after line of data across canvas-like graph paper. But within 15 minutes, something strange began to emerge. The maps stopped resembling underwater terrain. The depressions drawn no longer matched ridges or depths. Instead, they became geometrically impossible formations, meandering corridors, spirals that narrowed into themselves without escape. And at the center of every map, a shape that looked unmistakably architectural, not in the sense of seafloor anomalies, but like floor plans. When the ship's crew compared 3 consecutive hours of these maps, they discovered a horrifying truth: the formations aligned if stacked, layer upon layer. It was drawing a structure, level by level, with the sea itself as architect, a tower, or perhaps an inverted well, rendered in impossible ratios. No known building matched its layout, and none of it correlated with sonar returns. The sea wasn't being measured, it was delivering a design. When the researchers attempted to halt Le Peintre, the device refused. Mechanical brakes failed. The sonar arm kept transmitting, even after power was severed, and still the maps poured out, page after page, until the hull began to vibrate, not from current, but from a deep resonance echoing from below, where no ship engine or volcanic chamber should be. The ship's linguist, who had been asleep during most of the scan, woke screaming that the ship was inside something else's memory. When questioned, he described a dream in which he had been standing in a library made of salt, where maps were shelved in bones and each scroll unrolled a version of the ocean before humans had touched it. He said the maps were not directions, but invitations. Meanwhile, every time the ship attempted to move, the autopilot failed. Manual control steered the vessel in looping arcs, always pulling back to the same point, like being held. They dropped buoys to triangulate the location. Every time, the depth read exactly 6,666 meters, even in areas that had never previously exceeded 3,000. But perhaps the most disturbing moment came when they examined the back of one of the bathymetric scrolls. On the reverse, where no ink should have touched, was a phrase, scratched not by pen, but pressed into the cellulose by pressure. To map something is to make it real. You have made it again. Shortly after, the plotting stopped. The sonar returned silence, and Le Peintre, though intact, would no longer function. They left the area in terror. Years later, when the scrolls were archived in France, analysts discovered something impossible, held under UV light. Each map, when viewed in succession, produced motion, a kind of flipbook animation, not of topography, but of a door opening, deeper and deeper, until the final page revealed a chamber that resembled no known terrain, a place drawn from below, not to be studied, but to be entered. As May 1948 unfolded with increasingly impossible phenomena, a British cargo liner, known as the Mercator's Hope, reported visual contact with a shipwreck that should not have existed, because by all known geographies, it had occurred on land. The Mercator's Hope, a vessel tasked with delivering post-war reconstruction goods from Cape Town to Singapore, took a wide route east of Madagascar, skirting isolated waters, often bypassed due to erratic currents and unmapped shoals. At 3:17 a.m., the watchman spotted a silhouette looming from the mist, one not drifting, but standing upright, bow partially submerged, stern tipped into the stars like it had frozen mid-sink. The call went out, collision course, but the ship never impacted. Instead, it phased, like fog, there, not there, real only from certain angles. But in that instant, Floodlights revealed its nameplate, the Bellastan. There had never been a ship by that name in any maritime registry, and yet, in the British Maritime Records Office, there had once been a land freight train called the Bellastan, which had derailed in 1904 in northern England. It had plunged into a quarry, where it vanished without a single body recovered. Only freight remains were ever recovered: corroded crates, twisted steel, and strangely, salt-drenched cargo, as if it had passed through water, despite being miles from any sea. The Mercator's Hope circled the phantom vessel. Radar returned nothing. Radio contact failed. But one deckhand, a former engineer with a photographic memory, sketched the hull structure from the bridge, not a freighter's blueprint, but that of a locomotive wrapped in iron plating, tracks still visible beneath the coral-encrusted exterior, wheels entwined with seaweed like tendrils grasping from the seabed. They lowered a dinghy. Aboard the wreck was silence, except for the rhythmic groan of pressure shifting inside the metal, as though depth itself was being recalculated, not by physics, but by the wreck's memory of where it thought it should be. Salt pooled in dry corners, moss grew from the ceiling. But the most disturbing discovery lay in the hold: crates, untouched by rust, packed with coal carved into cubes, each with letters on the surface, faint, etched with childlike precision. The letters formed words, but not in any language known to the modern world. A visiting codebreaker aboard, conscripted after the war, noted one detail: the symbol sequence matched a substitution cipher used only in failed dream interpretation experiments in London psychiatric hospitals in the 1930s. Those experiments had attempted to decode shared delusion constructs, dreams reportedly experienced simultaneously by unrelated patients. But these blocks, they spelled locations, not on Earth. Names like inland estuary, submariner's sky, and the basin without tides. Places never mapped, places never mentioned in logbooks, only whispered in the journals of those who had survived psychotic breaks, brought on by drowning, though they had never entered water. When the crew of the Mercator's Hope attempted to lift one crate, the entire wreck shuddered, not from the ship itself, but from the sea surrounding it. Water rippled upward, pressure reversed, a compass snapped, and in the moment they dropped the crate and turned to flee, a voice was recorded, faint, embedded in the static of the ship's radio loop. It spoke not a warning, but a confirmation. The wreck has arrived, but not where it sank, only where it was remembered most. By morning, the Bellastan was gone, but days later, in Sheffield, England, residents awoke to find a thin line of salt water drawn across their streets, curved, meandering, like a wake, and one of the houses nearest the quarry, its cellar had filled entirely with seawater overnight. No leak, no pipe rupture, just a dark, perfectly still pool with iron rivets resting at the bottom, rivets that matched no known modern train, and etched in one was a word only found in the dreams of the dead: adrift. In June 1948, the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory conducted an experiment meant to silence a frequency that had no transmitter, known internally as Hebium-ZN0. This signal had first been detected 3 years prior, IALAD listening stations, monitoring Soviet activity across the Pacific. At first it was dismissed, a low hum barely distinguishable from oceanic interference. But by 1948, it had been heard simultaneously across 5 oceans, 2 continents, and even once in the stratosphere, picked up by an experimental weather balloon over Greenland. The sound was consistent, measured at 4.087 Hz, a frequency just below the range of human hearing. But when sped up, analysts reported something terrifying: not static, not a machine, but a pattern, a code. Every expert who studied it saw something different. One believed it to be a forgotten Sumerian lullaby. Another heard sonar ping sequences, matching those used in World War I. A third, a deaf linguist, claimed it mapped the syllabic footprint of a word that existed only in silence. Desperate to shut it down, the Navy assembled a mobile base. Facility Blue Midpoint, a converted oil rig, fitted with acoustic nullification hardware, and deployed at sea directly above the signal's strongest point, an area in the South Atlantic, known to sailors as Grey Point Drift, a region where compass bearings spun counterclockwise, and sonar buoys routinely reported, returning echoes that sound like old conversations. Their goal was simple: broadcast an inverse tone and erase Heavy ZN0 by cancellation. But the moment the null wave emitters activated, the ocean responded, not with waves, with voices, dozens of them, layered, dissonant, genderless. They did not speak over one another, but rather through one another, weaving syllables that were incompatible with human vocal range, yet unmistakably intentional. The water boiled in patches, rust leapt from the railings, a technician's hair turned white, and then the facility's lights dimmed, not flickered, dimmed, as though the ocean had reached up and pulled the electricity from its source. Still, they held the signal. But Hebium ZN0 changed, it inverted, doubled, and began mimicking their own null waves back at them, perfectly, as if something beneath had learned, recorded, and replied. One officer recorded this moment in his journal. "It is not a frequency, it is a fingerprint, and we just shook hands with whatever left it." The sea grew still. A diver sent to inspect an external generator returned pale and gasping, claiming he had descended only 12 feet before the water around him turned clear. So clear, he could see the stars above him, even though it was midday. When he blinked, the stars had moved. He was blind by nightfall. A decision was made: terminate the signal, destroy all equipment. But by then it was too late. The hum had embedded itself in the rig. Even without power, it continued, resonating through pipes, groaning across steel, humming behind voices in recorded audio. It couldn't be stopped. Attempts to dismantle the rig were met with coincidences: broken blades, missing welders, cranes that rotated without command. By July, the ocean had reclaimed the platform, not by storm, by silence. One morning, a reconnaissance plane passed over its coordinates and saw nothing: no rig, no wreckage, only flat sea, until they developed the photographs. One frame captured a shadow, immense, angular, not a ship, or whale or platform, but the outline of something architectural, vanishing into the water like a submerged ruin. It bore 9 corners and spiraled inward, not down, and in the lower right of the image, almost too small to notice, was a burst of dots and dashes, Morse code, translating to, "You cannot silence what never needed sound." Later that month, the hum returned, louder, heard by whales, detected by deep ice cores, echoed in abandoned ships adrift for decades. Now it appears every 22 years, always at sea, always alone, always repeating a message no one remembers asking for, but that something has been waiting, endlessly, to deliver. In July of 1948, as storms brewed across the Indian Ocean and naval radio bands crackled with interference, no one dared claim. A merchant vessel, out of Mombasa, named the Gannett's Reach, stumbled upon what its captain would later describe as a wound in the water. That's how it looked. A spiral in the waves, not circling but curling inward, like a whirlpool drawn in ink. In its center, unmoving and untouched by wind or tide, floated a ship bearing the markings of the Royal Navy, but with a hull pattern and design unseen in any registry. The nameplate was corroded. The call sign, when checked, matched no vessel commissioned before or during either World War, and yet, it bore post-war markings, ones that should not have existed for years to come. The ship's name, etched in a font not used since the early Victorian era, was HMS Starling's Wake. At first the crew assumed it was an experimental ghost, or abandoned prototype, but when they boarded her, they found something far stranger. The vessel was new, not rusted, not rotted, still warm in places where sunlight had not touched. The decks smelled faintly of copper and paper, like a printing press, or a freshly opened library. Below deck, in the quarters and mess halls, they found no one alive, but bodies were there. Not skeletons, not desiccated husks. Fresh corpses of men in uniforms with insignia not yet issued by any known fleet. Their logbooks were filled out. Navigation charts detailed routes, that had not yet been charted. And worst of all, dates scrawled across the documents placed their final voyage in 1963, 15 years in the future. Panic took hold. The Gannett's Reach tried to make radio contact, but every frequency was choked with static, not white noise, but low whispers that seemed to repeat fragments of phrases from their own ship's log, as if something had learned their transmissions and was echoing them back in fractured pieces. When they attempted to photograph the vessel's interior, the images returned inverted. Light became shadow, dark became flame, and human faces blurred into indistinct shapes. One sailor opened a sealed locker and found a sealed envelope addressed to Captain Henry Loft, Gannett's Reach. Inside, a letter written in that same man's handwriting, his own, and signed with his name. Dated 23 years in the future, it read only, "You were always going to find us. We never found a way back. Please burn this ship before it remembers you." Terrified, they abandoned the Starling's wake. But before they could sail, it began to sink. Not quickly, not violently, just gently descending, like something had released it from beneath. When the Gannett's Reach arrived back in port, their logbooks were blank. Every pencil had crumbled into dust. The captain's hands bore burns in the shape of wheel spokes, despite no contact with the helm during the voyage. A year later, documents from a future Royal Navy commission surfaced in a classified defense archive. Among them plans for a vessel named Starling's Wake, due for construction in 1962, based on specifications discovered in an anonymous package delivered to the Admiralty in London in late 1948. Inside the parcel was a letter from a concerned sailor and a map drawn on the back of a tide chart, marked with a spiral and the word return. When they tried to trace the sender, the handwriting analyst compared it with samples from known naval officers and found a match: Captain Henry Loft, who disappeared at sea that same year. But Loft had been buried in Mombasa, and when they exhumed the grave in 1951, the coffin was empty. In its place, a ship's sextant, set permanently to a longitude no longer in use, and a compass that spun in the direction of no earthly pole. 2 weeks after the Gannett's Reach reported its impossible encounter, another anomaly surfaced in the cold reaches of the Labrador Sea. This time not a ship discovered adrift, but one that returned, unannounced, long after it had been mourned, buried in records, and written out of history. The Harbinger's Folly was a Canadian whaling and scientific expedition ship declared lost in March of 1910. Reports stated she had vanished off the coast of Greenland during a sudden blizzard that no other vessel encountered. Despite searches, not a scrap was recovered, no wreckage, no oil slick, no debris, only the final radio message, barely intelligible, which said simply, "Mist is inside." But in August of 1948, 38 years later, she reappeared, gliding silently into the harbour at St. John's, Newfoundland, sails torn, paint faded, but otherwise seaworthy. Her arrival was observed by dockworkers on a calm evening. No distress signals were issued, no crew shouted from the deck. Yet as she neared the dock, the anchor dropped of its own accord. The ship came to rest and sat, still as stone, while local authorities were summoned. What they found defied explanation. The deck showed no signs of damage from the presumed storm that had taken her. No rot in the timber, no algae, no barnacles. In fact, no trace that she had been in the water at all. Her hull bore a strange feature, dozens of circular impressions, smooth and symmetrical, as if the sea had pressed suction cups against her sides like a creature investigating something foreign. Below deck, there were no bodies, but there were shadows, long streaks of darkness along walls, curled in the corners of bunks, pooled around empty boots, as if figures had once stood there and burned their absence into the wood. In the galley, plates were laid out, spoons mid-stir in bowls that held nothing but dust. Clocks ticked, but each measured a different time, as though their mechanisms had adapted to separate calendars. In the navigation chamber was a map that no one could decipher, not of the Arctic, not of Earth. Dozens of coastlines stretched across a parchment soaked in brine but unspoiled, each labelled with glyphs more closely resembling marine sonar patterns than human writing. The only English word on the page, when. The most haunting discovery came from the logbook, tucked in the drawer of the captain's desk. It was written by Captain Elias Brew, whose name had long since passed into maritime myth, as the man who sailed into fog and married the sea. The entries made no sense. Dates alternated between 1910 and 1952. Some entries were in future tense, others read like dreams. One, circled several times in red pencil, read, "Do not come back to where the world expects you." The ocean has no patience for narratives. Worse still, the final page bore a message in shaky hand. "They erased the world we belonged to. This one is borrowed. Do not claim it." The harbinger's folly was examined for weeks before disappearing again, overnight, from a guarded naval dry dock without a trace. The only clue was a trail of salt across the hangar floor, forming a shape too perfect to be coincidence. A looped infinity symbol, each loop made of tiny boot prints, as though the crew had returned only to walk in circles until they vanished once more. Witnesses to the ship's reappearance, those who touched its helm or read its log, later reported time displacement episodes, losing hours, waking from dreams of water with lungs full of air that smelled like brine. One woman, a cartographer who had attempted to reconstruct the impossible map, began speaking in sonar clicks during sleep, and eventually drowned in her bathtub, despite no water in her lungs. To this day, maritime records list the harbinger's folly as lost at sea, not because she never returned, but because no one can prove she ever truly left. Later that same August in 1948, as if pulled by some unseen tide of events, a US naval intelligence outpost in the Aleutian Islands received an encrypted emergency transmission from a fishing trawler operating near the Komandorski Islands. The message was erratic, fragmented, composed mostly of coordinates, and what looked like engine pressure readings, written in base 12 numeral notation, a system no modern vessel used. The trawler's name was Anna Magdalena, a small but sturdy vessel not equipped for deep-sea experimentation. And yet, when naval officers arrived to investigate the source of the signal, they found the Anna Magdalena docked in a narrow fjord, untouched, abandoned, humming with a power no one could identify. She bore no signs of damage. Nets hung dry. Food sat uneaten. Radios buzzed with gentle white noise. Not true static, but something smoother, almost melodic, like a chant whispered through layers of deep water. The cabin log was blank past August 10th. Tools lay where they had been dropped. A kettle still sat warm, though the stove was cold. But in the engine room, if it could still be called that, investigators found something else entirely. The diesel engine had been removed. In its place was a machine no one had ever seen before. Neither mechanical nor electric in the traditional sense. It pulsed softly, as if breathing. Not built from steel, but from some kind of pressure-sealed ceramic, veined with copper-like capillaries filled with fluid that glowed faintly in the dark. When touched, it vibrated slightly, and made a sound, not like humming, but like a voice murmuring behind a wall of water, faint, garbled, repetitive. Naval engineers brought in to inspect the device could not determine its fuel source. It had no intake, no combustion chambers, and yet the ship's systems were powered fully. Even stranger, the navigation system, primitive as it was, showed the ship had traveled over 6,000 nautical miles in 3 days, a feat impossible for its class. But the records claimed that was not the farthest journey. A note carved into the inside of the hull, dug with a rusted screwdriver: "We did not cross distance, we crossed condition." One linguist from the outpost, whose prior work involved decoding underwater seismic resonance into data graphs, analyzed the hum of the engine, and discovered an uncanny pattern. It matched the frequency of a now extinct species of Arctic whale, last sighted in 1892, and known for emitting a 5-toned call that caused other animals to beach themselves in panic. At 3:06 a.m., on the third day of study, the engine shifted tones. A new frequency emerged, higher, faster, until it pierced the threshold of hearing and began interfering with clock mechanisms, not just watches and instruments aboard the Anna Magdalena, but the base's own timepieces. Pendulums stopped, spring-loaded gears reversed. One analog dial began spinning backward at such velocity it shattered, And then, as the final logbook entry notes, the engine began drawing maps. Lines of condensation formed across the engine's surface, then hardened into crystalline patterns. When traced, they resembled coastline ridges, but not any known on Earth. Seismologists likened the outlines to continental shelves reversed, as if someone had mapped the inside of a sea by folding the Earth in on itself. The next morning, the Anna Magdalena was gone. Not stolen, not scuttled. There were no waves, no drag marks, only a hollow in the water where her hull had been, and the faint smell of ionized salt, like after lightning had struck the ocean. A year later, the ceramic engine appeared again, this time discovered deep within the Mariana Trench by a Japanese unmanned probe. Sitting there, untouched, glowing faintly, as if waiting. The discovery was classified, its file name, Propulsion Relic, Unattributed Ocean Number 5, but one name scratched faintly into its base, survived translation, traced by a trembling hand, from where the oceans first forgot to end. By September of 1948, intelligence officials within multiple nations were quietly exchanging reports, not of conflict, but of phenomena, all maritime in nature, all dismissed publicly as equipment error, while internally treated with escalating urgency. One such case, never formally released, but passed through the quiet corridors of oceanographic societies, centered around a discovery made off the coast of Senegal, near the sunken remains of a forgotten Portuguese slaver vessel, named Sombra Vaga, a wreck thought lost since 1793, swallowed during a hurricane so violent it tore inland across Dakar like a beast. The vessel's reappearance was not visual, not sonar, not physical. It was dreamed. The first came to a Senegalese fisherman, named Daoud Assena, who described vivid night terrors of iron lungs rising from coral, and of men chained to decks that spoke through their teeth fused shut by rust. He described the shape of the ship in perfect historical detail, masts truncated at the midpoint, figurehead defaced, and ropes draped like hanging limbs. He had never studied maritime history, had never seen a depiction, but every detail matched a lost engraving found years later in Lisbon's National Archive. Then others dreamed it. Divers from a French research team, tasked with surveying nearby trenches, began waking mid-dive, not from panic, but song, not heard, but remembered. One diver, after resurfacing, wrote a phrase in chalk before losing consciousness. "The ship is dreaming me back." Weeks later, a British vessel, HMS Valewood, anchored nearby to conduct seabed sampling. Without explanation, their instruments began returning inverted depth readings, not shallower water, but negative space, as if their sonar pulses were reflecting from something inside the ocean, not beneath it. The dreams spread. Journalists began reporting sleepwalking incidents among port workers. Children in coastal villages drew ships with sails made of fabric that breathed. And then, the wreck appeared, not on water, but inside the sonar archives of 5 ships simultaneously. The wreck's signature embedded itself in acoustic memory, as if the ocean had broadcast a phantom image. One hydrophone analyst noted that the sound of its reverb formed a heartbeat when slowed to 1/16th speed. Naval attempts to isolate the coordinates failed, but deep-sea ROVs captured a glimpse of what may have been a piece of its hull, still intact, wood fused with barnacle and calcite, but marked with a sequence of eye-like symbols, 13 of them, each distinct, each blinking in a loop, even without light. When analyzed under spectral mapping, the hull emitted low-frequency sound pulses, with exact intervals matching REM sleep cycles, not from any crew, not from equipment, from the ship itself. One analyst concluded, in a report shelved and never published, that the Sombra Vaga had become conscious, not in the human sense, but as a repository of every horror that occurred aboard her, that the metal, wood and water, had absorbed the agony, the despair, the hunger and breathlessness of the chained, until those impressions reached a density beyond memory. They became a dreaming body. Another diver attempted to make contact, plunging to a depth where the wreck was projected. When his helmet was recovered, it was filled not with water, but with air, superoxygenated to the point of toxicity. On its interior, scratched by fingernail or coral, were 3 words: "It never ended." Now, each year on the hurricane's anniversary, radios near that latitude emit brief distortions, not music, not voice, a sigh, followed by something like a chain dropping through endless water. And the ship, it said, still shifts in place beneath the seafloor, not sailing, not rising, but dreaming harder, because what sleeps beneath the ocean may not wish to wake, but it remembers how. By late September of 1948, long-range aerial reconnaissance over the South Pacific was focused not on enemy fleets or weather anomalies, but on verifying erasure. Several naval records, particularly from colonial-era Dutch maps and abandoned French maritime journals, referenced a tiny atoll called Île Mariante, located somewhere east of the Cook Islands. None of these references agreed on coordinates. Some listed it at -23 degrees latitude, others at -10 degrees, and a few didn't place it in the Pacific at all, but near the southern Indian Ocean. Regardless, all reports ended the same. The island had been there, then not. Sailors had stepped upon its sand, mapped its palms, drank from its rain-hollowed stones, and then on the next voyage, found only open water. The mystery drew quiet interest from a classified section within the United Nations early post-war archives. A cartographer named Joseph Anglim, known for hand-verifying coastline distortion in earthquake-prone regions, was assigned the case. He gathered the dozen or so maps across eras where Île Mariante had appeared, sometimes drawn as lush and full, other times little more than a single palm frond on a shoal, and cross-referenced those drawings with modern satellite scans. What he found made no sense in nearly every instance where the island had once been drawn. Satellite readings showed subtle irregularities in wave diffraction, the kind only produced when water passes over shallow landmasses. Except there was no land. Anglim requested a flyover. The reconnaissance craft, flown by pilot Jeanne Corval, flew a wide arc. On her third pass, instruments picked up an object ahead, faint, irregular, like low cloud cover hugging the ocean's surface. But as they approached, Corval described seeing something blink, not with light, but with presence, as though an island realized it was being watched. What was there shimmered like heat haze over sand. She saw it clearly, palm trees warped in odd proportions, a shoreline sloping inward, as if curving around an unseen hole, and birds, except they flew wrong, as if tethered by unseen strings, fluttering in perfect circles. Her camera jammed, her co-pilot vomited blood without warning, and then the instruments went black, just before the island vanished again. When the plane returned, the footage from the onboard reel, developed hastily under red light, revealed not sky, not sea, but photographs of an entirely different landscape. Tall cliffs, crescent structures made of bone-colored coral, a spiral carved into the beach, leading inland toward what looked like a doorway cut into the center of the island itself. None of it had been visible from the air. The plane had not seen it, but the camera had. Back in Geneva, Anglim went blind within 48 hours, not due to illness. His retinas were intact, but his mind refused to process visual input. He described it in a final recorded note. "My eyes work, but they show me only the island now, even when I sleep, especially when I sleep." The film was stored in a secure archive labeled hydrographic fiction, a misnomer designed to prevent internal curiosity. And yet, each year since 1948, near the same week, satellites record a blur in that ocean quadrant, never permanent, never static, always shifting, but blinking, as if waiting for someone to look long enough, not to be discovered, but to be remembered. Because sometimes the sea does not bury what it takes, sometimes it simply makes us forget. As autumn deepened in 1948, and oceanic anomalies escalated into shared whispers among governments and institutions, a file marked Cartograph Anomaly, Lisbon, 1844, recurred was reopened in a dusty drawer of the Portuguese Navy's Hydrography Department. The document referred to an ancient nautical chart, once deemed a forgery, an ornate, detailed scroll found in the attic of a ruined monastery following the Great Lisbon earthquake. It showed a coastal outline no one could identify, featuring a vast crescent bay with 15 inner coves, each marked by a different emblem: a bone, a bell, an opened eye, a spiral, and so on. Beneath the drawing, in copperplate Latin, read, Ora vocat, sign terra. The shore calls without land, heard before it rose. In 1844, this map was mocked, archived, and forgotten. But now, in 1948, a junior cartographer named Thomas Caldero had noticed something chilling. A remote islet forming off the Azores, previously thought to be volcanic residue or a temporary sandbar, now matched the crescent outline on the ancient chart exactly. It had not been on modern maps, yet the 1844 document not only showed it, it had drawn the entire progression of the shoreline, even the yet-to-form ridges and tide pools, as if it had seen the land long before it ever existed. Curious, Caldero traced the coordinates to the region, and was granted a place aboard the Dona Estrella, a maritime weather monitoring vessel, making routine loops through the North Atlantic. The crew was skeptical. They knew of ghost charts, scribbled islands, and wayward coasts that came and went with the fog, but what they encountered was no mirage. On a day of calm skies and zero wind, their instruments began turning against them, depth gauges rising and falling like heartbeats, compasses pointing inland, even though they were surrounded by water. And then, it surfaced. Not land in the traditional sense, but a structure rising just beneath the surface, columns of stone spiraling upward, ringed by what looked like coral bastions, not shaped by time, but by design. The boat's sonar pinged not a flat sea floor, but hallways, rooms, something like an amphitheater, made entirely of submerged cliff. They dropped a submersible camera. What it recorded shouldn't have been possible. The land beneath them was forming, not eroding or being uncovered, but literally growing, like a shell from the ocean's spine. The feed caught a wall of runes forming as if etched by invisible hands. One symbol, a repeating inverted delta, matched the central glyph on the 1844 chart. Then, something flickered in the reflection of the water, not above, not clouds, but stars, a sky in the sea. The crew panicked. A storm erupted from nothing, no clouds, no front, just wind and pressure collapsing in. As they fled the area, their ship's navigation charts spontaneously began rewriting themselves, ink bleeding through pages, drawing the coastline they'd just seen, but now larger. The anomaly had expanded, and when they returned to Lisbon, Caldero found the 1844 map altered, the paper unchanged. But the coastline had grown, just as it had in real life. A new phrase had appeared near the legend, etched in the same copperplate style. Once drawn, it waits to be born. Fearing further manifestation, the Navy sealed the document and banned all mention of the emerging landform. But sailors whisper still of strange currents there, of birds flying in impossible formations above blank ocean, of bells tolling from beneath the waves during fog, and of compasses that, when spun, stop not on north, but on the edge of a dream they cannot remember having. A dream with a shore that was drawn before it rose, and a sea that does not forget its blueprints. October's moon waned in 1948, as stories emerged from the Bay of Biscay. Quiet rumors whispered between sailors and coastal fishermen of a strange glow that had begun sweeping across the waves at night. Not a star, nor a ship, nor the rhythmic blink of a buoy, but a lighthouse beam, slow and deliberate, sliding across the sea from a direction where no lighthouse had ever stood. What made it stranger was that the light didn't come from land. It came from open water. French authorities dismissed the reports, until Captain Hervé Louvin, of the cargo ship Montmartre's Oath, filed a formal account. He claimed that at 3:09 a.m., his ship had been caught in a white beam so intense it bleached the deck and turned every shadow below into a deep indigo burn. Instruments failed. The crew lost equilibrium, reporting a sensation of climbing uphill, though the sea was calm. Most disturbingly, the beam did not originate from above, but from a low-angled source, somewhere far out to sea, hovering no more than 10 meters above the waterline, sweeping deliberately, as if searching. The source was never seen, only the beam. 2 weeks later, engineers laying groundwork for a new lighthouse off the coast of Île d'Ouessant reviewed a series of future construction renderings. To their confusion, one rendering, marked draft only, never shared or printed, showed a light pattern identical to that seen at sea, the same rotation, same elevation, same unique flicker signature coded for fog navigation. This was impossible. The rendering was only theoretical, based on a design no engineer had submitted. It had appeared in the drafting room as a ghost file, emerging from an unlogged system print. The name of the lighthouse in the file, Fer de l'Echo, constructed 1952, except it had never been built, nor had it ever been proposed. The design was unlike anything in the region. Vertical fins of reinforced basalt, a lens housing modelled after cetacean skull curvature, with a light chamber that rotated not mechanically, but magnetically, as if suspended in fluid. No one could trace the architect. No one claimed authorship. Yet, when the French maritime archives were checked, a curious note had been appended to a forgotten lighthouse survey from 1891. If ever it stands, it will not cast a new light, but recall the one it already sent forward. Engineers dismissed it as romantic nonsense. But something shifted. Night crews aboard trawlers began reporting dreams, shared ones of standing inside a tower, with no doors, watching the sea through a single glass lens that did not magnify, but reversed their vision. When they awoke, several had identical sketches drawn unconsciously in the margins of logbooks, the Fer de l'Echo perfectly rendered. Some even claimed they'd visited it. Then came the signal, a short wave burst picked up by weather buoys in the bay, repeating every 17 hours. When decrypted, it matched the Morse cadence used by 19th century French coastal lights, but bore a code that translated to a waiting position. Soon after, a reconnaissance plane photographed a shadow on the water too angular for cloud, too static for wave. When enhanced, the shadow revealed a tower, tall, thin, ringed with what looked like eyes, or lenses, facing outward in every direction. But again, no tower was ever built there, and yet the light kept sweeping. Some believe the lighthouse was never meant to stand on land, that it was always ocean-born, an echo cast backward from a structure not yet real, but inevitable. One that remembered its function so powerfully, it began shining before its stone had ever been quarried, and sailors now speak of it with reverence. La Sentinelle de Garmeny, the sentinel of the never-born. For in seas where memory is sediment and time folds like sails in wind, some warnings do not wait for origin. They arrive ahead. As October collapsed into early November of 1948, cartographers along the Atlantic arc began receiving scattered communications from independent vessels, reporting identical experiences, brief, involuntary seizures followed by sudden, unshakable memories of places they had never seen, not hallucinations, not trauma, but something more exact. Sailors would collapse mid-shift, wake gasping, and describe in eerie detail a set of numbers, latitude, longitude, always the same, 00 degree, 000, N, 00, E, the intersection of the equator and prime meridian, a place supposedly insignificant, an invisible cross drawn over an unremarkable stretch of sea. But the bodies disagreed. Within 2 weeks, multiple crewmen from vessels across 5 flags, Spain, Liberia, Brazil, the UK, and a Soviet hydrographic survey, began developing strange discolorations across their skin. At first, they appeared like bruises, but under magnification, doctors found something unsettling. The marks were inked, not ruptured, drawn in fine black strokes just beneath the surface, and when traced and matched, each tattoo revealed part of a map, not one based on coastlines, but on depth. The deeper the mark, the closer it veered toward that central point, 00, and at the center of each map, once overlaid, appeared a spiral, comprised of glyphs no linguistic model could translate, curved not inwards, but outward, as if expanding from a pressure point. The phenomenon became classified under the codename Meridian Pulse. Researchers stationed at the Greenwich Observatory began tracking fluctuations in Earth's geomagnetic field, suspecting an interaction with biological tissue. What they found instead was a sequence of silent spikes, short bursts of undetectable radiation, that when mapped formed a perfect clock face. The pulses did not occur randomly. They struck on the hour, every hour, centered precisely on the 00 coordinate. A small research vessel, Vortalis, was dispatched to investigate. It was fitted with lead shielding, radiation meters, and a volunteer crew composed entirely of terminal patients with naval experience, men and women, who had nothing to lose. They reached the coordinates, without incident. The sea was flat, not calm, empty. No birds, no fish, no weather. The sun above seemed to hang in a sky too clear to be real, as if it had been painted onto a curtain. Then one of the volunteers began to speak in a voice not their own. The ship's log records a transmission, not in language, but sound geometry, pulses of syllables that matched the frequencies of the skin glyphs. They were not words, they were locations. Then at 11:59 p.m., the sea beneath the Vortalis turned solid, not frozen, but smooth, like obsidian glass. Reflections no longer matched reality. When the crew looked overboard, they saw themselves older, sicker, or in some cases, missing entirely. One crew member stared too long and vomited ink, staining the deck in lines that perfectly matched the glyphs tattooed into others. At midnight, the pulses stopped. The ship's instruments all reset. The compasses spun once, then froze, each needle pointing downward, directly beneath them. And that's when the water broke. Not erupted, not surged, broke, as if it had been holding its breath for millennia. A pocket of black, non-reflective substance rose from the sea, and formed a ring, hovering 2 feet above the deck, spinning slowly. The temperature plummeted. Voices whispered not from the air, but from the crew's veins. Several screamed, clutching their arms, as new tattoos carved themselves without pain or blood. The ring pulsed once, then shattered into mist. The crew survived, but when the Vortalis returned, every map on board had been altered, not by ink, but by removal. All coordinates, all markings, erased. Only one remained, burned into every page in a color the human eye could not fully process. 00 degree 00, N00, 00. They tried to forget, but the tattoos darkened with every tide. And one message remains encoded in the layered glyphs, translated years later by a cryptographic AI. That which aligns the world was never a place. It was a pulse waiting to mark its vessel. As November of 1948 deepened, radio silence took on a new meaning across the coastal towns of southern Chile and Peru. Military installations near the Nazca coast began receiving what at first appeared to be interference patterns, jagged disruptions rippling across submarine cables and naval frequencies, but too regular to be random. They occurred every night, always at 3:33 a.m., never varying, never ceasing. Analysts described them as too synthetic to be natural and too harmonic to be artificial. The source was traced to an uninhabited stretch of the seabed, roughly 90 nautical miles west of Arica. But what made the phenomenon stranger was not where it came from, but what followed. Each time the frequency struck, the sand near that coordinate began to vibrate. Sonar teams first believed it to be a minor tectonic tremor, until they realized the sediment wasn't moving in reaction to pressure. It was moving in patterns. Symmetrical whirls emerged across the ocean floor, like geometric mandalas, carved by unseen hands. Over the course of a single night, the formations grew wider, measured to be over 1/2 kilometer across, and etched into the earth with such precision that when mapped, they matched ancient stone arrangements from pre-Incan desert sites, down to the degree. These were not coincidences. Deep-sea drones were sent to investigate. Only one returned. The footage it captured was chaotic at first, blurred particles and clouded drift, but in its final moments, the camera's lens caught a still, crystal-clear shot, a shape rising slowly from beneath the patterned floor. Not a creature, not a structure, a column, smooth, glass-like, emitting faint oscillations, and etched into its surface was a symbol unknown to modern language, but found in the Nazca lines themselves, a looping spiral intersected by 4 sharp arcs, like a compass twisted mid-spin. The column did not move, it resonated, and the moment it came fully into view, the drone's feed cut to black, not static, not silence, but blackness so deep that even the fallback telemetry failed. The backup beacon, which was hardened against interference, returned one final signal before vanishing entirely. The sand listens. It has always listened. Back on land, reports emerged of locals hearing tones in their sleep, low, pulsing waves that vibrated the bones of their skulls. Some claimed they woke to find footprints in their bedrooms, single file, pressed into the tile, still wet with brine. These footprints always led to the center of the room, and stopped. No entry, no exit. Geologists called the vibrating sand formations subsonic plate phonographs, natural seismographs, that somehow recorded sound into Earth itself, but no one could explain what force played them. And when investigators checked archival records of early 20th century cable disruptions, they found that the same frequency had pulsed every 17 years, dating back as far as 1881. One audio analyst theorized the signal wasn't meant for humans, it was meant for the ocean itself, to wake something buried. When asked what kind of natural formation could be sensitive to vibration patterns over centuries, he simply said, "Not a formation, a memory." And so the sand still pulses, only now, it pulses faster, as if the earth beneath the ocean is remembering something it was forced to forget, something too ancient for name, too deep for sound, and too patient to stay buried much longer. In mid-November of 1948, hydrophone stations stationed along the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, part of a transoceanic listening array built to monitor submarine traffic, began to register a sound that none of their operators could explain. It wasn't explosive, seismic, or mechanical. It was tonal, a sustained metallic reverberation that echoed through the ocean for nearly 27 minutes, fading, pausing, then repeating in slightly altered intervals, as if something was striking a bell the size of a cathedral, somewhere beneath the crust of the earth. The first occurrence was dismissed as an equipment anomaly, blamed on reverberations from distant ship activity or underwater landslides. But then it happened again, and again. Each time, the tone changed slightly, never off-key, but evolving, modulating, tuning itself. And with each modulation, the delay between tones grew shorter. It was as though something down there was learning how to ring itself properly. At first, geophysicists were consulted, and then quietly, archaeologists. Because among the team who analyzed the signal's audio waveforms, one noticed something chilling. When slowed by a factor of 13.8, the frequency pattern matched a section of Gregorian chant, composed in the 11th century, a sequence known as the Dies Irae, Day of Wrath. That melody, in turn, was rooted in a much older funeral rite, practiced along the Portuguese coast, during pre-Roman pagan times. There, mourners were said to drop hand-forged iron bells into the surf, claiming their resonance would be carried to the dead across the sea. But those bells were small, symbolic. The one now echoing through the earth was not. To locate the source, a deep-sea descent mission was launched from the Azores, using the Tecton Abyssal, an experimental submersible designed to withstand trench pressure. Piloted by two veteran divers, it was lowered directly above the strongest node of the sound. At 4,000 meters, they entered a zone of utter blackness. No light from the surface penetrated. The water thickened, not with particles, but with vibration, pulsing gently against the sub's frame, as if the sea itself had become a drumhead. Then they saw it. Rising from the seabed, embedded into rock, was a bell, at least 40 meters in height. Its body forged of a metal neither diver could identify. It bore no corrosion, no marine growth, as though untouched by time. Its surface was engraved with deep ridges that formed no language, but gave the appearance of a ribcage. The clapper, if it had one, was nowhere visible, and yet, it rang, not through visible motion, not through impact, but through memory. The sound did not originate from the bell's surface. It seemed to bloom outward from the water around it, as if the ocean remembered being struck, and repeated the note in grief. The sub's instruments began to fail, lights flickered. One diver, recorded via internal mic, began muttering names. names of people long dead, including 2 who had died aboard Portuguese slave ships in the 1600s. He did not speak Portuguese, nor had he ever learned those names. The other diver, staring fixedly through the viewport, began bleeding from his ears and eyes, but smiled as if at peace. He pressed one hand to the glass, and whispered, "It isn't calling us, it's calling back." The Tecton Abyssal was hauled up hours later, its cabin flooded despite no visible rupture. Both men were dead, but their bodies showed no signs of drowning. Their lungs were dry, their skin showed internal bruising shaped like sound waves, and etched into the interior walls of the sub, etched, not scratched, was a single phrase, burned in patterns of crystallized salt. When the final bell tolls, it will not be for death, it will be for recall. No further expeditions were approved. The coordinates were erased from public records, and the sound, it has not stopped. Each year since, on the same day, the ocean hums, never as loud, never as long, as though it waits for the world to finish forgetting, before ringing once more. November's final tide brought silence across the Sargasso Sea. Silence so total, it became its own anomaly. Merchant ships, trawlers and science vessels reported something they couldn't name, not weather, not storm, but a stillness in the water so absolute that it felt manufactured. No wind, no wave. Not a single sound emerged from sea or sky. Birds vanished. Whales, normally known to echo in chorus beneath those waters, fell mute. Equipment that once pulsed with the ambient noise of the deep now recorded 0 decibels. Not quiet. Absence. And then from that void came song, not broadcast, not emitted, heard. It began aboard the Horizon Sister, a Dutch merchant vessel hauling salt and textiles toward the Caribbean. The captain described the moment as a stillness that fell over the crew like snowfall, light, soft, and utterly wrong. First it came as vibration in the bones, then the lungs, then unmistakably, in the mind, a harmony not sung aloud but remembered, unfolding as if dredged from the marrow. Men wept, others knelt without knowing why. Several collapsed. One tried to throw himself overboard to join the verse. The ship's radio cracked, not with static, but a tuning tone, a long single pitch that rose slowly until the operator screamed and smashed the dial. Below deck, compasses reversed. Water in the bilge began to swirl upward, defying gravity, as if drawn towards something overhead, though the sky was blank. Utterly featureless, it was happening elsewhere too. In a 40-mile radius, 5 other vessels, all different makes, all different flags, reported the same thing, the choir. Each described it differently, but certain elements remained constant. Female voices, wordless but complex, rising and falling in mathematical harmony. The presence of impossible intervals, musical leaps that defied Western tuning systems, and the sense that the sea for the first time was not below but around, like a throat preparing to speak. One Russian ship, the Zarya, caught a partial recording. When played back on land, it produced no sound, but glass within a 30-meter radius shattered, including reinforced submarine panels, stored in a testing facility. Sonographers analyzing the frequency found it matched no biological marine source. Instead, it resembled biofeedback loops from human vocal cords, except magnified thousands of times, as if the sea itself had grown lungs. The area was cordoned off. Buoys placed to mark the anomaly sank overnight. Their anchor chains melted, not broken, melted, despite being forged from naval-grade steel. Divers who later approached the coordinates reported feeling watched, not from below, but from within. One described the water as humming in his teeth. Another returned catatonic, unable to speak, but continuously mouthing a word that didn't exist in any language. Aileron, a Vatican cryptolinguist brought in to observe the playback of the humming, offered a terrifying hypothesis. The structure of the song aligned not with music, but with invocation, a summoning pattern used in pre-Christian Mediterranean cults, one designed not to call the divine, but to remind the world it had been heard. And the silence, that was the pause before it responded. In the weeks after, the region returned to normal. Fish returned, birds sang, Ships passed without incident. But on that same day the following year, November 30th at 3:19 GMT, ships across the entire Atlantic reported a faint echo, like a harmony caught in the bones of the wind, and in Lisbon's naval archives, a line appeared in the logbook of a ship lost since 1801, Nossa Senhora do Sussurro, written in fresh ink, signed in the name of a long-dead boatswain. They have begun to sing back. December 1st, 1948. The calendar flipped, but the ocean did not. Instead, it held its breath. And for once someone noticed, at a classified listening post, perched on Guam's coastline, an operator monitoring deep ocean sonar, returns from the Mariana Trench, watched his instruments flatline, not from failure, but from cessation. The trench had stopped echoing. No tectonic friction, no animal migration, no drift, nothing. And then, all at once, it resumed, with an inhale. What the equipment picked up wasn't a tremor, or pressure differential, or subaquatic landslide. It was a single vast intake of water, measurable across a span of several thousand meters, as though the seabed itself had expanded. A void opened somewhere down there, not collapsed, opened. A momentary swell in the trench's deepest segment caused a chain reaction across nearby fault lines. Coral reefs tilted without warning. Thermoclines reversed. Entire shoals vanished mid-migration. But none of it compared to what followed. Aboard the Isle Ruth, a Japanese-American collaborative expedition ship mapping oxygen saturation levels, a lead diver named Morihiko Yamada conducted a late-night descent. He was tethered, monitored, his comms clean. His first words were calm, descending. Water's dense, feels heavier tonight. At 8,400 meters, something changed. The feed trembled, not from impact, but from vibration steady and rhythmic, like the pulse of a body at rest. He reported no light, no movement, only the sensation of being in a chest cavity. Then came the fog. A plume of fine particulate emerged from the trench wall, not silt, but something finer, darker, almost magnetic. Yamado's camera registered a blurring of perspective. Shapes bled into one another, and then he saw it. Not a creature, not a ruin. A lung, that was the only word he used. Lung, a chamber, vast and domed, with a texture like petrified cartilage, slowly contracting, then expanding. The trench had not opened by chance. It had been breathing. The team recalled him instantly. He never rose. The tether snapped clean, not from tension, but from inversion, as if pulled inward by a space that had briefly reversed gravity. The Isle Ruth systems failed simultaneously. Their last audio transmission captured a sound no one could fully isolate. It wasn't a growl, not a groan. It was wet, a deep, liquid rasp, too slow to be mechanical, too textured to be volcanic. And it was followed by a sigh, not a storm, not an eruption, a sigh, vast and tired, like the exhale of something ancient rediscovering motion after eons of stillness. A team at the University of Tokyo later analyzed residual frequency patterns. They matched respiratory cycles of terrestrial mammals, specifically, a hibernating blue whale, except scaled up by a factor of 1,000. One researcher joked, "If there's a lung that big, where's the rest of it?" But no one laughed. Weeks later, on satellite thermal scans, a crescent-shaped cold zone appeared near the trench, not a natural anomaly, a perfect arc, and at its center, the ocean surface briefly bulged upward, forming a ring of steam, as though something deep below had exhaled once more. The zone now remains off-limits. All naval traffic rerouted. The official reason, seismic instability. But those who monitor the deep listening posts know better. Every 44 days, like clockwork, a low-frequency inhalation begins again, and those same posts now print fragments of sonograms that, when rendered visually, show not waveforms, but ribs, curving, overlapping ribs, as if the Earth itself once birthed something vast and terrible into the ocean, and it fell to sleep somewhere beneath the crust, and now it remembers how to breathe. The ocean does not forget. Beneath every wave is a pulse older than scripture, deeper than bones. What science cannot chart, it tries to silence. But some sounds resurface. Echoes crawl through salt, through time, Through pressure, no vessel survives. Shapes flicker on sonar and vanish between frames. Coordinates recur in dreams. Bells ring without towers. Lights sweep from nothing, and the deepest trench breathes. These are not tales. They are fractures in the ocean's memory. Signals left for those who listen too long or too late. Not warnings, not calls for help, just acknowledgements that something vast once moved here and still does. Beneath hulls, beneath names, beneath reason.
Shoo.
Rise from these waters. Know this, what sleeps beneath does not dream, it remembers. And tonight, through circuits, tides, and silence, you've been remembered too. This was Unspoken Mysteries. Thank you for drifting with us through the deep.